All right, everybody, welcome to Theory Underground. I'm your host, David McKerracher. This is my channel, and it is basically the advertising and free media arm of the Theory Underground thing I've built, which is basically a course platform on my own website and app, which you can download at the iOS and Android stores. Okay, but with that said, most of the courses exist behind membership or paid walls of some sort because I have to try to make some kind of money off of this. So does Mikey or any of the other co-instructors I've ever worked with. And so, but I wanted to give you all a freebie, a sort of taste of what's going on at Theory Underground, because what I'm about to show you all here is something that I'm really proud of. It just happened tonight. It is the Intro to Nick Land course taught by Michael Downs. And I'm going to let it speak for itself. I'm just going to get it going here in a second. And so I just want you guys to watch this, to get a taste of it, to see if it's right for you. And even if you're not into, say, taking the course itself, I think that this will stand alone as a resource, as a sort of gift from us to you. Mikey put in a lot of work to save us a lot of time, making so many different thinkers from Kant through Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Bataille, Freud, all of these different thinkers up to D&G. And then he even explains the body without organs, right? And he does it in a way that's very straightforward. And so it's kind of a meme, right? Like, oh, explain the body without organs and do it without, do it in a straightforward way. Like, this is the meme. And Mikey actually does it. And so, it's a heroic sort of thing that he did here. I don't know. I'm not going to talk it up too much, but I think it's fucking badass. And so he did a lot of work so we don't have to. And so I think a lot of people treat this as a sort of intro course to a bunch of different really interesting philosophers and a really interesting divide in the field itself, because ultimately that's what is being traced out here, is a divide in the field between two camps. And it's, where do you stand between these two camps in philosophy, between the sort of more humanistic or existential or phenomenological tradition versus this kind of post-human, vitalistic, pro-metaphysics kind of philosophy. This, on the one side, a philosophy of lack and negation. On the other side, affirmation and positivity. This is a really good intro to all of that, and to all of these thinkers. And so I hope that you'll enjoy. Thanks. Peace. All right, everybody. Welcome to Theory Underground. I am about to introduce to you all Michael Downs, who is the instructor of this course, Introduction to Nick Land. This is day one, technically syllabus day, but at Theory Underground, we don't fuck around with the syllabus that much. All you need to know about the syllabus for now is that it's where you'll find the link to the Zoom call. And if you want to have access to these things after they are recorded, they will be available on the website under the courses tab. Go to the courses, go to the module for the week, and you'll see it there. If you don't see it there, don't feel bad about messaging me. Sometimes I do need a reminder to get that up in a timely manner, or sometimes I run into some other kind of a hitch or whatever. But it's coming along. There is an app for Theory Underground. You can get it on Android or iOS. All you got to know about the app is that it's buggy as hell, and currently you can't even get half the stuff it's supposed to have on it. So I'm working in the background trying to make that all work. I'll give you all updates week to week as that goes. Okay, so what I want to tell you all about Michael Downs is that besides our friendship, I consider him like a colleague. I consider him to be a mentor in certain areas of philosophy, especially things like Deleuze and Guattari, Nick Land, CCRU. He is partially responsible for having gotten me into Levinas back when he did. He got me super into Lacan. He's getting me into Baudrillard. There's all these different things that I've been able to learn from him. Chances are, if you're taking this course, then you already are familiar with some of his work, or at least the conversations that we've had on the Theory Underground channel over time. But for anyone not familiar, I'll just say a couple more things about it. And that is that the Dangerous Maybe blog is where you'll find all of his writings. And these writings are a national treasure. These writings can be, I guess I'll just say that I like the way that he said it one time, and that was that he was going platinum in the age of Napster, right? And so for anyone who doesn't get the reference, is like, you can't expect an album to go platinum in the age of Napster. Well, when your blog is succeeding when nobody else is really blogging anymore, that's interesting. And of course, people do blog, but not in the world of theory, not the way they used to, not the way they used to back during the time of Nick Land and Mark Fisher, right? And so why do people still appreciate his blog so much? And well, it's basically because of this thing that we all just have taken to calling the Mikey standard, which is this impossible standard that even he can't live up to, but he tries, that is to say, he tries to be able to explain concepts to somebody like they're on a bar stool and they're not a specialist in this domain of knowledge, right? So most recently, he got published in the Underground Theory volume. A couple of his things are in that volume. But the one that you would definitely want to check out is called Wage, Labor, and Jouissance. Or if, for stuff related to this course, there's a bunch of stuff that he'll be pointing you towards. Really, I think that a lot of people come to it for the Lacanian stuff or the Žižekian stuff. And so a lot of us are likely surprised to see that Mikey's going to be teaching us things like Kant and Deleuze and Guattari or Nick Land. But that's ultimately what we're all here for. And so with that, please put your literal or figurative hands together for Mikey. Oh, and you can turn on your cameras, so that he can see the audience, but also, you don't have to.
Yeah, there's a reason why that we understand. No worries. Okay, so yeah, our nightmare has arrived from the future. Okay, so we're gonna spend 4 weeks talking about he who shall not be named. We're gonna name him. So we're gonna talk about Nick Land, and so what I want to do with this course is basically just give an overarching introduction to him. And there's lots of good videos on Nick Land on YouTube. But what I think, because if you're doing YouTube videos, a lot of times you want to keep them relatively short. What I think is missing is anything that's trying to give a comprehensive, systematic view of what he's been doing his whole career. And I think overall there's a real consistency to Land's thought. There's one big turning point in it, but other than this one thing, which spoiler, it's how he views capital. Early on, he thinks capital is part of the system, that the overarching system that staves off change, all of that, whereas he's going to end up seeing capital as the great mechanism of change, deterritorialization, etc. So he changes his view on capital. This is right between the era that he was writing Circuitries and Machinic Desire, and that's the big pivot point. But after he aligns capital to the outside, and we'll get into all these terms, once he does that, he stays with that through everything else he does, the CCRU stuff, the stuff on China, the stuff on Bitcoin, that remains the same. And so, but it's worth saying, all this stuff that we're going to talk about tonight pretty much stays the same too, which is it's his basic metaphysics. So the metaphysics from the early days really kind of coalesces and stays the same. All that changes is his position on capital in particular. And so tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to discuss Nick Land's libidinal materialism, which you don't really hear him talk about this much anymore. You don't hear people who are into Land talk about it, but that's really the name of his ontology. And what he's going to do is he's going to develop this ontology out of how he reads the modern tradition of philosophy, starting with Kant in particular. He doesn't have much to do with any pre-Kantian philosophers. For him, philosophy gets serious with Kant, and then it's a whole matter of how do we read the subsequent developments in philosophy after Kant. So we're talking Hegel, Schopenhauer, Schelling, Bataille, Deleuze, this whole thing, right? So what we're going to do tonight is try to get an understanding of what the metaphysical foundation of Land's thought is. Next week, that's where we're going to do the most famous period of Land's work, which is the stuff on capitalism and cybernetics and meltdown and all that, that the good stuff from the mature Land period. Week 3 is going to be the neo-reactionary stuff, the Dark Enlightenment. And then week 4, we're going to tackle, to the best of my ability, what Land and the CCRU were up to with their whole dive into the occult. And so that's the basic layout of the course. And so what we're going to do, some of our lectures at Theory Underground tend to go long, and so I just want to say up front, first off, I know this is Saturday before Halloween. If you guys have Halloween parties or you got plans or something, that's why we record them. You can always come back to them tomorrow or throughout the week. And I have no problem doing lectures that are typically longer than a lot of lecturers would give, because mine and Dave, our viewpoint is, look, even if you 4 hours is a lot of lecture, right? But since it's recorded, you can go back to it throughout the week and watch it in increments. And so for me, it's more important to just go, okay, this is my opportunity to lecture on this specific topic. Let me wring out as much as I can on it. So anybody who wants it in the future, it's there as a resource. And so it's not a pressure thing. Oh, I'm here. Do I have to stay if he goes 4 hours? No, this is about facilitating your understanding of Nick Land. And if that means you guys leaving early and then watching it later, that's totally cool. That's what it's recorded for. So there's no pressure.
Right. It's only 2 hours if you double speed it, guys.
There's that too. But tonight in particular, I think it requires probably the longest lecture, because there's so much contextualization to give the Land, and that's what's always missing in these discussions of Nick Land. I think everybody here probably knows that he's a very controversial thinker, and there are people who have reached out to Dave and said, you shouldn't even let Mikey teach this course because you're platforming a fascist or whatever. He's not a fascist. Doesn't mean there aren't issues with his thought or his positions, but he's not a fascist for reasons that we'll get into here. But there's really good reasons to talk about Nick Land. And that's what Dave and I, when we were talking about the possibility of this course, we really were like, well, look, okay, here, for one, any of us who are interested in contemporary politics, you got to know something about Nick Land, because his whole thing with the neo-reaction and the Dark Enlightenment, certain positions that he develops in that period of his work, along with Mencius Moldbug, Curtis Yarvin, he's another founding figure of the neo-reactionary movement. He and Land develop a political philosophy that, when you look at it, it seems like Steve Bannon read these guys and then implemented it during the Trump election, and Bannon starting Breitbart. We'll get into that in week 3. But the point is, whether like somebody might not like Nick Land, but he's affecting their world, I think, and I think he's going to continue to have a major influence. He'll probably he already has a kind of cult status with certain people. I think once he dies, that even solidifies even more, and he's going to continue to influence things. So I think we do ourselves no favors by not knowing who he is, not knowing what he thinks. I think that creates this allure or this mystique around him, like he's the philosophical boogeyman. And he to me, he's just a serious philosopher who was unapologetically nihilistic, unapologetically anti-anthropomorphism, anti-human, and because of that, he gets turned into an evil genius horror movie character, and he's not. He's a British philosopher who doesn't shy away from human or anti-humanism. And but okay, so on the one hand, he has an immense influence on neo-reactionary thought, which has influence on the real world. So there's that reason to study him. Another reason is his influence on contemporary philosophy and theory. And he's had more influence than people know, because accelerationism, speculative realism, and xenofeminism, especially this work right here, the Xenofeminist Manifesto of Politics for Alienation. These three schools of thought here, accelerationism, speculative realism, xenofeminism, all of them basically are, you trace them back to land. And with accelerationism, I think we all know that he's linked to this. But that means that if you want to know Mark Fisher, if you want to know Nick Cernicek and Alex Williams' work, if you want to understand Reza Negarestani, I don't care if you're doing left accelerationism or left inhumanism or whatever, you're going to have to understand what Land was doing and then how they're modifying it. Same goes with the neo-reactionary stuff and right accelerationism. And then there's all kinds of other forms of accelerationism that have developed out of this. So there's that. Speculative realism, this movement that wants to return to thinking things in themselves, right? But while understanding the fundamental Kantian contribution of understanding that the mind in some ways it's actively shaping experience. That it's not a return to naive realism, but rather speculative realism, which is we accept that we bring something to the table when it comes to experience, but we're not going to shy away from trying to think noumena or things in themselves. Well, that's directly inspired by Land. So I don't care if it's Quentin Mayasu with his whole thing with archae fossils and ancestrality, Graham Harman with his kind of Aristotelian substances. The whole thing is in ways. Now, I don't know if Harman would say he was directly influenced by Land, but I know that definitely Ray Brassiere and Ian Hamilton Grant, they were close. I mean, Grant was in the CCRU. Brassiere was right around and was always associated with them, even if I don't think he was an official member. But Brassiere and Grant deeply have engaged with Land's work. So, and then the xenofeminism thing is it's this whole idea of how, feminism has to double down on accelerating technological advancement so that we can overcome certain oppressive gender dynamics, right? That accelerating tech is a way to undermine the patriarchy and all these kind of things. And so all those schools of thought are indebted to Land. And then, of course, the final thing I should say about this is theory fiction, which has become more and more of a popular genre. You have people who, Reza Negarestani, who was with the CCRU, his book Cyclonopedia, pure theory fiction. And Land, he gets the idea from Baudrillard, but Baudrillard didn't write theory fictions. He talked about how theory and fiction are basically contaminated or subject to transversality, which for him is like a contagion or a contamination of one thing and the other. And so for him, you kind of have to view theory as fiction and fiction as theory. But Land and the CCRU are the first ones to really say, okay, let's actually develop that as a genre. And so you have more thinkers who are doing this. I think there's books called Spinal Catastrophism and Omnicide. I'm forgetting the names of the authors. I should have checked those out. But you have different thinkers now who are experimenting with this stuff. And so theory fiction also goes back to Land. Then there's go ahead.
Just wanted to throw it out there because I think this is probably the right time. It's not on the syllabus, everybody, but with Theory Underground courses, there's always some possibility that if you put a lot of work into one of your final projects on one of the courses, it could be featured in a volume, right? Like, so Sean right here in the chat, or you can see Sean right there. He He did something on Lacan and Žižek and Huey P. Newton, and that is in the Underground Theory volume. Nance did something in the PMC course that got into the volume. Well, this course is sort of laying the groundwork for at least one volume that's going to become, we'll be working on it in 2024, probably published early 2025. But basically there will be a conference fall of 2024. And the topic of this one volume that's related to this work, to Nick Land's stuff, would be called Human Futures. All right. And the Human Futures volume will be a mixture of just straight up academic type essays, like rigorous essays, and on the other side, theory fiction. So this is officially an opportunity for people to begin thinking about their theory fiction work that they might want to do. And stay tuned. There will also be writers' workshops for all of this coming up. But before we get into, the metaphysics and everything like that, Mikey, I just wanted to let everyone know as well that we have a notes document that Nance and I will be adding to. You're all going to get the link. I'll send it to you all here in a second. But with your access, basically you can suggest additions and comment, and then we might incorporate into the main body. But last time we did this, the collective document got too messy. There was a lot of stuff going on in it. To me, it was useless. And so I'm hoping that by only having two people with the actual editing privileges, we'll be able to keep it all a lot more streamlined. But anyway, yeah. And we don't have a chat. Normally we have a chat. There's no chat function for you all. But if you do want to say something in the written form, you'll be able to on the Google document using the link I'm about to send you.
Cool. Yeah. And so, okay, just to finish up this right here. So the couple more reasons why Land is worth studying. One, he's an amazing stylist. He's an incredible writer, especially in that period where he was writing the essays in Fang Noumena. And as young thinkers are always trying to develop how they want to write, how they want to go about presenting their ideas, reading Land just simply for style purposes is worth it. Because you'll figure out real quick, like, do I want to write like this guy or not? But and he'll help you figure out how you want to express your ideas and develop your arguments. And look, and the other thing, he is an original thinker. He really did think himself to a very original position, whether you agree or disagree. It's kind of insubstantial on this point. The point of a philosopher is to think his or her way to a unique position, a unique perspective that isn't reducible to anything that's come before. And so this lineage of great thinkers from Kant to Hegel to Schopenhauer and Heidegger and Marx, and all of them made these incredible original contributions. And I think Land, he thought of himself to an original position. And I think arguing with that or studying that will only help you develop yours in a fuller degree. And Land's not afraid of taking bold positions, taking sharp positions that most people are not going to agree with. And again, because of that, a lot of philosophical academics, you never feel like you can pin down what they think, what's their actual position. The great thinkers, it becomes clear what they're not afraid to take a bold position, and that means that they become susceptible to criticism. But it's very stylish to just flirt with a bunch of different ideas, talk about them vaguely, and never really take a core principled stance, because that prevents you from ever being critiqued, right? And Land is very susceptible to critique, but this is to his credit, I think, because he wasn't afraid to take sharp positions, right? And then like what Dave was getting at. So the other thing this is maybe the biggest influence Land has positively had on both Dave and I. Land's not afraid to speculate on the future. And a lot of philosophers hesitate at this. And partly because there is the epistemological part. We can't know what the future is going to be. Okay, great. But what Land shows us is that, yeah, we might not be able to know the future, but the point is speculating on the future can actually serve to help bring certain futures into being. And this is what he has in mind with this concept that the CCRU develops called hyperstition, fictions that make themselves real, right? Certain speculations on the future actually have a way of bringing the future into being. And now some of them don't catch on. It's not just, oh, I sit around in my basement and I think the future is going to be like this, and then it doesn't happen. I wonder why. Of course not. But the point is, and I mean, his go-to reference that we'll talk to is William Gibson's Neuromancer. Gibson's sci-fi actually, he coined the term cyberspace. He was giving futural visions of this communicational network called, cyberspace, and he talked about the Matrix and all of these kind of cyberspaces and non-physical, all this kind of stuff that Gibson was doing actually became reality. They caught on, right? And this is where you can see the ontological weight of fiction, that fictions actually can pull fictions into reality if they catch on in the popular imagination. And so this is a really important contribution. And I think all of us here in some way, shape, or form are concerned about the future. I mean, and we got to realize the great thing, right? Nick Land's, I don't know if we'd call him protege, but one of his students, Mark Fisher, who was in the CCRU, he's the one who declares the future's been canceled, right? And so you have this tension even between Land and Fisher about the future, right? But this battle over the future and trying to envision a future, I think that's a core contribution that, and I give Land credit for having the balls to go, no, I'm going to do robust speculations on the future based on tendencies I see right now. And Baudrillard also did this. And I mean, there's ways Baudrillard was very prophetic. And I think Land in some ways is, he very well could have this same potential with some of these predictions, maybe not, we'll see. But this whole idea of paving a path towards future studies, which it's going to require theory fiction or hyperstition, right? Because you can't investigate the future. Like, this is why Hegel says the Ala Minerva only takes flight at dusk. What does that mean? The Ala Minerva is a symbol of wisdom or philosophy. And so if philosophy can only take off or start to do what it does at dusk, it means that philosophy can only interpret things, after the fact, after they've happened, right? So philosophy can't really tell us anything about the future. It's past oriented, because if it's going to talk about things, it has to talk about things that have happened. Well, Land's like, yeah, fuck that. I'm going to do something else, and I'm going to actually try to write things that happen to influence the course of things. Like, I'm trying to direct towards a future. And so that's a unique position that he had. And then finally, look, part of the course is, I think there's so much mystique around Land and, so much kind of enigmatic allure. I really want to cut through that, demystify his work, and get to the heart of it and show it for the philosophy that it actually is, especially the early stuff. And just give all of you a clear picture of what Land actually thinks, what his metaphysics is about, how his politics consistently comes out of his metaphysics, and give this kind of systematic picture. So that's where we're at with that. So, okay, just real quick, to get started, like, we have to acknowledge the fact that Land he has a unique status among philosophers. And that's what I said to Slavoj Žižek when Dave and I interviewed Slavoj. I said, Land has this online presence, and I don't mean his Twitter activity. I mean that he's a meme, that he's caught on in a way, just like Slavoj has, that most philosophers never will. And I think we have to reckon with the fact that's because there's something in Land's work that is more enthralling, more captivating than your average philosophy professor. And that's why, I mean, the same goes with Slavoj, right? There's a reason why these guys transcend just being philosophy professors and become, I don't know, cult figures almost, like almost pop culture icons. I mean, obviously not on the level of, say, Tupac or, but they have more of a pop culture status than most philosophy professors do. So the question is why? So look, with Land, there's all these questions to start asking. You go, well, who is Nick Land? Well, you can just start, he's the greatest philosopher to ever come out of England. He's a mythological figure of the CCRU, a cult leader, Deleuze Guattarian, Bataille, Nietzschean, jungle music party boy, speed freak, 90s zeitgeist, experimental lecturer, virulent nihilist, libidinal materialist, techno Lovecraftian, sci-fi occultist who crashed at Crowley's pad, Lemur King, Mark Fisher's Nietzsche, a death seeker, psychosis sufferer, nightmare ultra-leftist turned nightmare libertarian, capital stan, China apologist, follower of Mencius Molebug, edgelord meme, Twitter shitposter, blockchain Kantian, Musk fanboy, the entity itself sent straight from the futural outside. And so, but the point is, like, this kind of thing, like, this is why he has this status, right? Is he's interesting on a personal level, even though he hates psychobiography. He hates this idea of reducing a philosopher to their, their personal narrative. He concocts a narrative of his own origin because he hates these psychodramas, right? And nonetheless, he's caught in the problem that he is more interesting on a personal level than your typical academic. And so, again, but this is why we're doing this. So, I mean, look, there's a funny passage from The Thirst for Annihilation, page 147, where Land says, this is Land's own autobiography. Europe is the racial trash can of Asia, and Britain stems off Europe's charred froth. My ancestors were vagrants, whores, and killers, minds melted by toadstools. They exulted in the ashes of monasteries, the baseline of the human animal, slimed across the sea rocks of the north. With so much ash in the blood, I never had a chance of peace. So many years gnawing and scratching at the metal bars until I collapsed with exhaustion and disgust. It's hard to understand those graceful creatures who seem to have escaped from being knifed into inarticulate wreckage by life. I see now that my terrestrial mother was ravaged by some fanged and insane from the wilderness, and that I am a vampire veiled raggedly in humanity, corrupted from birth by an unholy intimacy with death. So, okay, so he's a vampire, and so you see, he makes up this, because if we got the real story, he's just a British kid, right? But his whole point is he's trying to explain, like, somehow, I think he feels called to be this site where what he calls the outside expressed itself in some way. And so he's doing a kind of theory fiction here about his emergence and birth as a thinker. But yeah. Okay. So it's important to talk as we head through the course. And I talked about it a little bit, but there's really 6 main periods in Land's work, even though there's great consistency across them. Again, the main pivot point is where he changes his mind on the nature of capital. But the 6 like literary moments, or you can think of them as moments of philosophical inspiration. You have the early libidinal materialism of the first 7 essays or so in Fang Noumena, along with Thirst for Annihilation. Then you have the mature Land period, which is the stuff from, I don't know, like 93 up until the 2000s, where he's talking about capitalism. This is Meltdown, Machinic Desire, Cyber Gothic, Meat, right? All of those great essays that he's known for. That's that period. So, but towards the end of the 90s, when he's doing the stuff with the CCRU, starting around 97, as this kind of theory collective, right, which was made up of Sadie Plant, Nick Land, Reza Negarestani, Mark Fisher, Ian Hamilton Grant, Robin McKay, and a whole bunch of others, right? What he's doing in that period is really working out his theory fiction and the occult stuff, the stuff with the demon lemurs and the pneumogram and all that stuff that we'll get to in week 4. So there's that period. I don't know if you guys know this, but during this whole thing with the occult, Land and the CCRU were heavy into drugs, especially speed, and they would self-induce insomnia. There's philosophical reasons for this we'll talk about in a little bit. But basically, it led to Land having a psychotic break. And he recovered, and he and one of the other members of the CCRU, Anna Greenspan, they end up moving to Thailand, and then they end up moving to Shanghai, which they are still living there today. But people don't know this. So this is another interesting thing about Land and Anna Greenspan. But okay, so Land has his psychotic break, and then he ends up moving to China. And then during this period from, he's recovering from his psychosis. He gets to China. Before he goes into the neo-reactionary stuff, there's this other period that's focused on Shanghai, megacities, and China as such. And so check this out. I don't know if you guys know this. See this? This is, let's see if the light. You can see that. Okay, this is an actual travel guide to Shanghai. This is the 2008 edition. And then they did one in 2009. And then there's a 2010 one. I don't have that one. That's the only one I don't have. But I mean, I wish I could show these up close, but they're real travel guidebooks. And somehow Land and Greenspan got commissioned by the local governmental authorities somehow or whatever to write these tour guide books. And it's really interesting. I mean, I don't know of any philosophers written in this genre, and it's bizarre, right? Because these are meant to be sold to English-speaking travelers. Like, you use them like you would any guidebook you buy at Barnes and Noble or where Amazon now. But it's weird because Land still will write like Land in these. China, explosion, singularity, right? Like, he'll do his thing in the, and you're like, who the hell is gonna use? But they sold them. And here, even this is probably even more entertaining on a dark level. He even wrote a kid's guide, a family guide, right? And yeah, it's like it's one geared towards kids. I mean, like, it's crazy. And so these are actually kind of hard to get. Some of them I still can't get. The 2010 World Expo one, like, now I just want them for the novelty of them. But it is kind of cool. And you try to, I heard somebody lecturing on Land say something like, can you imagine Land being commissioned to go to these spas and get massages and all of this shit so he could write these tour guide books? But somehow I think he just got paid to go to all the cool spots in Shanghai and check them out and then write about them. Sign me up. I'll take that job. But so, okay, so there's this period, and I mean, like, spoiler alert, I guess, but the whole point of megacities, this is where he starts developing his new concept of the singularity. He thinks superintelligence will emerge as a megacity, not tucked away in a lab like in the Terminator movies with Skynet. So he's envisioning megacities as being the engines or facilitators of superintelligence. And so that's part of why he's so interested in Shanghai, is he thinks out of all megacities, Shanghai is the megacity that most likely has this potential. Okay, and then the next period in Land's work is the neo-reactionary Dark Enlightenment stuff. And then the last one, and we're not going to have a chance to get to this so much in this course. This might be another course I could teach down the road. It's this whole thing on blockchain. And, you know, I always kind of put the stuff on blockchain on the back burner. I'm like, okay, he likes blockchain. Whatever. Turns out this book that he wrote on it, some of the guys I know who really appreciate Land told me it's arguably the greatest thing he ever wrote. and it's greatest thing philosophically, the most robust philosophical writing that he's ever done. And as I started reading it, I started going, I think they might be right. So to do that work any justice, that has to be its own project. But that would be the six main the areas or periods of Land's thought, even though there's great continuity between all of them. And so, okay, so we can basically really get going here.
So is it so I'll just run over periodizing Land. So it's first is his early libidinal materialism.
Yep.
Then there's mature Land period, 93 to 2000s, basically.
Capital.
Then the third one is the CCRU and occult stuff. That's kind of starting in 97.
Roughly. These are all like roughlies, right? There's overlap because he still kept writing standalone essays in his own name, but then he's also doing the CCRU stuff during this period. So there's overlap, but more of it is just trying to zero in on these main points of where he's developing different ideas. And so like the core stuff on libidinal materialisms, the early stuff, the core stuff on capital and the techno future and all of that, that's the stuff from 93 to 97, roughly. 97 to 2003 is going to be the more Kabbalistic, occult, theory, fiction, CCRU stuff. 2003 up to 2008-ish is, but you see they kept going with these tour guide books to 2010 or whatever. They stopped doing them at some point, but that, and then he gets the dark enlightenment stuff, and then the Bitcoin stuff is, I think that came out 2019, the Bitcoin book. He was going to publish it, I think, and then he decided just to release it online, so you can go get a copy of it, or a PDF or whatever. It's available online. And then, you know, he would sprinkle in ebooks, like there's Suspended Animation and Templexity, and there's a bunch of little ebooks he released throughout the years. And then, I mean, of course, this isn't just Land, but then you have the Accelerationist Reader, right? That was Robin McKay of the CCRU. He helped edit this, right? And so he helped put together some of the core writings on accelerationism. So that's kind of a Land book too. But
that CCRU writings book just came out like what, a year ago or 2 years ago?
Oh, the CCRU writings. That one. Well, the Accelerationist Reader, when was this? Yeah, the CCRU was after that, right?
Yeah, that CCRU one's pretty new. The one that has the Kabbalah
was like 2016, but I'm not sure. Well, I'm not seeing it. Well, this Accelerationist Reader is 2014. I don't know. Let me see. Point is though that I don't have it. The CCRU one, all those writings, I mean, all of this stuff was sprinkled across the internet on these various blogs. And so, I mean, a course like this probably wouldn't be possible if you know, they hadn't compiled all the writings and everything. So also, I mean, I want to give a shout out. There are certain YouTubers. So the reason this course happened, like, look, I've been familiarized with accelerationism and Land for a while. I took courses at the New Center for Research and Practice, and a lot of the people there are big into accelerationism. And it was something I was kind of picking this stuff, even though I wasn't primarily interested in it at the time. I was picking it up back then. And so, as a weird coincidence or whatever, I was like, I'm something, I can't even remember what made me curious about Land like 6 months ago, but I got curious about him again. I'm like, I want to read Meltdown or something for some reason. And then at work, I ended up becoming more of a full-time driver. So I had a lot more time to listen to podcasts and lectures and YouTube videos. And so I just started listening to, you know, stuff put out by Vincent Lay, who a really great scholar of Land, Hermitics, who his real name is James Ellis. He's got a YouTube channel, really good stuff on Land. He did a good interview with him. Justin Murphy. I mean, the interview that Justin got out of Land was a really good interview. That, you know, So Justin's stuff, and then there's another YouTube channel called Not Actually. All of these guys have done incredible work explaining land, and so they help really connect a lot of dots for me. And at some point, I mean, to give them the credit they deserve, throughout this lecture, they've influenced ways I understand parts of land's philosophy. So the issue is, look, I'm saying this up front because it's hard for me to give them the precise credit they deserve at each point or whenever I'm referencing them, because all of their lectures have blurred together for me. So like, I just want to give a kind of citation of all of them, because at this point, I'm not sure who said what, because again, I learned I learned a lot of these insights from them through listening to them while I was out on routes. And so I couldn't write it all down and do the scholarly thing. So credit to all of them. Yeah.
I just want to say, man, that like there's a way that you had said this back when we did when Nance and I were reading Communique 1 and 2, where you said something along the lines of, you were talking yourself down a little bit, which is normal. Everyone does it, but you did it in a way where it made it sound like, yeah, you just decided, oh, I could teach a course on this because you listened to some YouTube. And it's like, I just want to say, everybody, I've been watching him study this stuff for like the last decade. So it's just that sometimes it takes a few other people to suddenly, oh, now everything crystallizes and all the dots get connected.
Of it.
Yeah, those dots could not have been connected though if you hadn't already done this thorough research into guys like D&G or Baudrillard or Bataille. Yeah.
But here, part of it is, look, I'm somebody, I know a lot of people will go, oh, I only read the primary sources. And I've just never been like that. For me, Heidegger, I could not have learned Heidegger without Hubert Dreyfus and Mark Rathall and Ian Thompson and Sean Kelly. There's a whole group of these guys who made Heidegger intelligible for me. And these guys are they don't get the credit they deserve. They're always eclipsed by the big names. It's always Heidegger or Land or Baudrillard. And these scholars, these commentators, they are what actually give people like me access to these thinkers. And so for me, I just want to always, if somebody taught me something and I learned something from them and they don't get that kind of big name recognition like Žižek or Badiou, I always want to shout them out because they put a lot of their time and energy into being able to make this stuff more intelligible for me. And they're saving me time by doing that. And so that's part of why this is a kind of collective project we call underground theory, where it's almost like all of us doing our individual passion projects or whatever. It all culminates into this sprawling web of accessible theory. And again, like, so Dave's right. Like I've been working on accelerationism and this stuff off and on for years, but really having this time to listen to these other guys and then think it through on my own terms and everything, it really helped connect these dots for me. And so, yeah, I just want to give them the shout outs they deserve, because yeah. And again, I feel like this is the one thing I have like scholarly guilt over. There's points where I should be able to go, Vincent Lay says this, or Justin Murphy said it like this, or is it, because it's all blurred together, I was listening on the routes. That's where I kind of feel bad. So again, I'm just giving them all their credit, and I'm basically saying I cite them throughout this because they have these great little nuanced understandings of particular things here or there. And yeah, so with that being said, let's go into the heart of darkness, right? So what are we doing with this early land stuff, right? What's going on with these? Yeah, and you see the syllabus, right? We're talking about certain writings like Kant, Capital, and the Prohibition of Incest. We're talking about the essay Art as Insurrection. Chapter 1 from Thirst for Annihilation is called The Death of Sound Philosophy. And then you have the other great early essays like After the Law, Shamanic Nietzsche, Delighted to Death, Spirit and Teeth. All of this is him working through what he thinks about Nietzsche, Bataille, Schopenhauer, Freud. And there's a little D&G in there, but the real influence of D&G doesn't fully take hold with him until a little bit later on. But this whole thing that he's going to call libidinal materialism, this tradition, is completely like D&G are like the fullest embodiment of it. And then I think Land would probably say, and now I'm carrying this mantle forth, right? But the question is, what is this lineage that, because Land's the only one who talks about libidinal materialism. So part of his early work is trying to develop, and you got to realize Land is a libidinal materialist. So he's working out his own philosophy, but he's doing it through understanding a certain hidden trajectory in post-Kantian philosophy. And so he's connecting dots in the development of post-Kantian philosophy that nobody has really connected before. And that's what's at stake here. Now, this whole thing is developed in contradiction to this other tradition, which roughly he would just call phenomenology. But it's not, look, if you go get a book on Introduction to Phenomenology, it's going to go Husserl, Heidegger, Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, and maybe Levinas and Derrida if you're lucky. But it's going to be those big four in particular. Now, of course, everybody goes, but Hegel wrote a book called The Phenomenology of Spirit. Yeah, he did. And there's ways to connect Hegel's phenomenology to Husserlian phenomenology, but most of the time they're kept separate, and they're not thought of as having this direct correlation or conceptual linkage, because what Hegel was doing with his phenomenology is really different from what Husserl was doing. Husserl's more Kantian with his phenomenology than Hegelian. But here's the thing, though, for Land, he can say, starting with Kant, there is a transcendental phenomenological tradition, which is to say there is a tradition that's going to focus on phenomena, and it's going to focus on phenomena from the perspective that we are actively participating in the constitution of phenomena. So we're going to have to think our role in how things appear to us, but we're going to stay fixated on appearances, on phenomena, right? This is what Land is ultimately going to reject, because he wants to champion noumena. But basically what we've got is two different lineages, and it runs like this. So we can think of the first one, which is this lineage of phenomenological idealism. Let's just call it that for sake of, so we got phenomenological idealism versus libidinal materialism. So this phenomenological tradition is going to start with Kant. It's going to go to Fichte, then Schelling, then Hegel, Husserl, Heidegger, Sartre, Merleau-Ponty, Levinas, Derrida, and then I don't know who we would, but I don't know if anybody really belongs in it at this point after Levinas and Derrida, but that would be this one Kantian / post-Kantian trajectory. For Land, though, he's going to develop his differently. It does get initiated in a way with Kant, but it doesn't really fully get initiated until Schopenhauer, but we'll get into that. It goes Kant, Schopenhauer. Schelling is, see, there's a couple names who are on both trajectories. So Schelling belongs over with the phenomenological idealist with certain periods of Schelling's work, but then there's this other period in Schelling's work that you could say he fits libidinal materialism. And this is why Ian Hamilton Grant, again, former CCRU member, he wrote this speculative realist masterpiece on Schelling's philosophy of nature. And even in Grant's early writings at Warwick, he was defending Schelling as a kind of libidinal materialist, or you know, he's amenable to this other tradition. And there's points where Land even seems to go, okay, I see what you're getting at here. So Schelling's one of those iffy ones, like he can be on both lists. And there's a way in which Freud could be on both. So, okay, libidinal materialism, Kant, Schopenhauer, Schelling, Nietzsche, Freud, Bataille, Wilhelm Reich, Deleuze and Guattari, then Land. Now, again, but Freud, because he puts this emphasis on the subjective and the psychical, he could be on the first list too. But the reason I didn't add him in there is because even Freud, even with his emphasis on subjectivity and the unconscious, his whole thing is, I'm not studying phenomena. The whole point is that what I'm about is something beneath phenomena. And so I think Freud better belongs on the bottom list, just with certain, maybe a lot of qualifications, but we'll see why Land puts him in this tradition as we move along. So the point is, like, okay, so on Twitter, Land, his handle is outsideness, right? And his little, I don't know, the little motto that's been on his page for a long time is coldness be my God, right? And so what he's getting at, the God that is the coldness, right, that is his God, is the outside. It is the thing noumena. It's matter with like a capital M, right? It's the cosmic forces beyond appearances. And so that's why he talks like that. And so a lot of times, I mean, you could call Land Mr. Zeno. I think that's a little funny name for him, because he champions the outside. He champions radical altering. Like Zeno is the prefix. It means other, outside, foreign, i.e. the Kantian noumenon, right? And so libidinal materialism champions impersonal forces, sublime energies, and inexperienceable realities, noumena, whereas phenomenological idealism champions the ego and first-person experience, i.e. phenomena. So that these two different trajectories are based on what they privilege, either phenomena or noumena. And again, that's all going to get clearer as we move along here. So for Land, true philosophy, though, is libidinal materialism, and it's because it's an extreme anti-anthropomorphism. So Land thinks that a philosopher's, like a true philosopher's job, is to traffic with the noumenon, with that which is beyond human cognition, human reason, etc. And he thinks that if you think the pursuit of truth with a capital T is reducible to our little parochialisms, like I'm thinking on behalf of my species, I'm thinking on behalf of my people with my limited frame of perspective, right? He thinks that's somewhat like a disrespect of what philosophy can be. Is, oh, I'm just going to limit it to our little human perspectives. And so, but the case can be made, well, what if that's all we've got, right? Like, what if that's all we've got to work with? But Land's sense, and I mean, there's even Kant's reasoning, like, you still get to this thing like, yeah, we have some hint or sense of something bigger than our little phenomenological reality, right? And so Land thinks it's the job of thought, any kind of any type of philosophical pursuit with any type of integrity in it, is to try to think that which is beyond the human, and not turn philosophy into a roundabout way of, reifying or solidifying our egotism as a species. And this is, you will see, part of Nietzsche's influence on him. And so there's these four key elements of libidinal materialism that Land lays out in Thirst for Annihilation. This is from, and I'm not going to read all this because it's somewhat of a lengthy passage here, but this is from the preface, and this is, I think this part in particular is on page 20 of the preface, but you want to read around these 4 bullet points he lays out, because this is really him getting to the heart of his his anti-anthropomorphism, his anti-humanism. And so he says, so there is one simple criterion of taste in philosophy, that one avoid the vulgarity of anthropomorphism. It is by failing here that one comes to side with cages. Now that, again, this is the whole thing of like the idea that the way that we as a default setting organize our experience, conceptualize our experience, when it comes to trying to think being or reality or truth, right? These are cages, right? We're limiting ourselves to our little default parochialisms, right? Our local perspective on things in this vast universe. And so he thinks real philosophy has to be at war with our little anthropomorphic perspective. So here are the specifics of libidinal materialism. A thoroughgoing dehumanization of nature, involving the uttermost impersonalism in the explanation of natural forces, and vigorously atheological cosmology. No residue of prayer, and instinctive fastidiousness in respect to all the traces of human personality, and the treatment of such as the excrement of matter, as its most ignoble part, its gutter. So you go, well, why does he hate human perspective so much? Part of it is our hubris, that we think that we're like the crown of creation with our perspective. And he would say, do you know how much reality has to already be there and in play before our consciousness can even emerge? And then we think somehow we're going to judge the immensity of the universe on our little scale of egoism and self-interest and all of this. He thinks like he's offended by how prideful we are in the face of being, in a sense. And so he's saying, no, this idea that we're the crown of creation or whatever, this is bullshit. We're not even the fruit of it. We're the excrement of it, because we think we're above it, because we think we're so much higher than the physical reality that actually produced us. And so we're like ungrateful nuggets of shit to him from how we typically view things. So, okay, number 2, ruthless fatalism. No space for decisions, responsibilities, actions, intentions. Any appeal to notions of human freedom discredits a philosopher beyond amelioration. So again, bold statements, right? Part of it is that with libidinal materialism, as we'll see, the fundamental reality is impersonal forces. This is why Schopenhauer's will, Nietzsche's will to power, this is this lineage that sees the metaphysical foundation of reality as some sort of willing or desiring, and it's the driving productive cause of the universe, and thinking that somehow our free will or our actions or decisions are somehow immune or above or outside the flows of this cosmic energy, for him is laughable. So he's going to deny any importance of human freedom or willing or anything like that on our level, because he thinks there's these massive energies, Fang Noumena, that are ultimately beyond us, and we're living in their world, they're not living in ours. And so then number 3, hence absence of all moralizing, even the crispest, most Aristotelian. The penchant for correction, let alone vengefulness, pins one in the shallows. And so again, he thinks that if you think that what philosophy is supposed to do is just sit there and critique what people are doing and judge them, oh yeah, that's good, that's bad, blah blah blah, he thinks that pins you, it puts you in the shallows of thought forever. You're never going to get to the depths of thought if you think morality is somehow the highest form of thought, and especially moralism. And then 4th, contempt for common evaluations. One should even take care to avoid straying accidentally into the right. Even to be an enemy is too comforting. One must be an alien, a beast. Nothing is more absurd than a philosopher seeking to be liked. Now, see, this is where, even if you disagree with him, he'll drop quotes like that are just jewels, right? And you can deterritorialize it, decontextualize it, and use it in your own context. But the wording is fantastic, you know? And I think this is something that a lot of us here, we do understand that. I mean, we're going to come at things more from ideology and all that, but we understand that a philosopher's job is to critique doxa, right? It's to critique what counts as the common sense of your society, and to not accept everything at face value, to not just simply accept what your society says is right and wrong and good and what's true and false and all. Like, a philosopher's job is to critique these fundamental presuppositions. And for Land, he thinks like, no, if you're really going to do this, you're going to be hated, right? And I think we get that with the image of Socrates, of course, which, all right, fucker, drink the poison. You got to fucking go. And even though Land has his mixed feelings on Socrates, he talks about that in the After the Law essay, and ultimately rejects Socrates. There's still this dimension of Land thinks that a philosopher, if you're doing philosophy right, you're going to be hated by most people. And that's why he had no problem so with the CCRU stuff, I'll tell that story on the fourth week, but ultimately Land was forced out of Warwick University, right? And it was because he's a wild party man, fucking smoking weed in his office and blasting jungle music and started doing occult rituals and everything. And they're like, this fucker's got to go, get the fuck out of here. And he was absolutely fine with it, because in his heart, he knew, like, a real philosopher doesn't belong in this type of space. This is not what, and I think early on he had this kind of hope where it's like, let me radically transform what academia is to make it amenable to an actual philosopher. But he would ultimately, I think, say now, like, I was youthful ambition. You're not going to win over a university with anything like real philosophy. So, because I mean, a real philosopher is going to critique the foundations of the university itself, right? So, he basically accepted being fired and didn't have a problem with it. Okay, now let's dive into this trajectory here. So here's what I want to do going forward. We've laid some context. What I want to do is I want to talk about Kant, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Freud, Bataille. Then we'll have a break, and then I'll come back and I'll do the stuff on Deleuze and Guattari, and then we'll wrap it up, right? And I'm looking at the notes. I prepared way too many notes on all this, so I'm going to still give you the Cliff Notes version, because all of this is not supposed to be information overload. This is supposed to be, give me a bird's eye view on this trajectory so I can orient myself within it. And then you can go back and look, I love the idea of teaching some of these essays as standalone projects or whatever. I think those are fun exegetical readings. So we're going to go into this stuff in more detail in the next year or so. These are fun little standalone projects. So what I'm going to do tonight, we got to get the connections of how these thinkers click together. Okay, so let's start with Kant, right? So Kant's concept of critique is going to be very important for Land. And you're going to hear Land, and you're going to hear people who are Landians or people influenced by Land. They're always going to use this word critique. And a lot of times, even if you're familiar with philosophy, you sit there and you go, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with this word. So Land will take it and run with it, but what it means really is there in Kant. It's just Land will take that meaning and flip it on its head, kind of. So what Kant's Critique of Pure Reason is doing, and why it's so radically new in the history of philosophy, is that Kant wants to do a critique of the knowing subject. And throughout the history of philosophy, philosophers just took for granted, like, we're just passive receivers of experience. There's the world, and our senses stand open to it. We're not filtering it. We're not organizing it. We're just receiving it in the passivity of our sensibility and our perception, right? Well, because there's all kinds of different philosophical problems that are circulating in Kant's time. Kant trying to figure out what to do with Hume's critique of causality. He's trying to figure out who's right on the nature of time and space. Is it Newton or is it Leibniz? There's this other guy named Wolff who was important to Kant. And so there's these big philosophical issues: time, space, causality. And what Kant did was he figured out a way of introducing a new philosophical position in the history of philosophy. And a lot of people will tell you this is actually where philosophy begins, that everything before Kant is proto-philosophy. Because what Kant's original contribution boils down to is the discovery of the transcendental field. Now, what the hell does that mean? Because he's not using transcendental in the way that we would typically think it's being used here. Transcendence usually means like that which is beyond, right? that which goes beyond. Transcendental for Kant is not transcendence. Transcendental has to do with the necessary conditions of possible experience. So we can sit here and do all kinds of stuff with the empirical experience. I can say there's a copy of Žižek's Sublime Object of Ideology right there. That's a book. There's a lamp. There's a computer. I can start, but what philosophy hadn't investigated is, okay, those are experiences. What are the fundamental structures of experience itself? What makes experience possible, right? What are its foundations? What Kant comes to realize is that these structures or foundations of experience are not in reality, they're in us. That there is an unconscious, and it's not the Freudian unconscious, it's not the psychoanalytic unconscious, but it's this cognitive unconscious within us, that the basic rules and protocols of time, space, causality, substance, unity, multiplicity, all of these fundamental ontological categories are actually processing rules in our head. They're like software, and we organize the flood of sensations, right? So for Kant, and this is a example I always like to use, he talks about the manifold of sensation. Now, the manifold is raw sense data. And so the thing is, if we are actively constituting our experience, if we're taking raw sense data and arranging it at an unconscious level into the intelligible, coherent, distinct types of experience we have, then the question is, okay, what would it be like to experience the manifold in a way that isn't synthesized? Synthesis is this key Kantian term. It does mean like assemblage or composition or combination. What you're doing is organizing, putting together, assembling, and also drawing lines between various objects, right? And so the point is, but okay, if there's raw sense data, and that's what hits, what would unfiltered, it's like, some of you are probably too young to remember this, but back when I was a kid, TV would often, TV stations would go off at 10 o'clock or midnight, and what you would get is chaotic snow. We called it TV snow, or noise, right? But this kind of wild flickering of sensations is what I've always taken the manifold to be like, if we could experience it. It's just wild sense data, and it's our organizational schema, it's our organizational rules in our mind that takes all of that and says, okay, let me arrange it and fix it all. This makes it temporal, this makes it spatial, and now we can see causes between things. And that is Kant's, in a nutshell, his great discovery is the synthetic or productive activity of the knowing subject when it comes to experience. Now, the hard pill to swallow here is that he thinks time and space are in us. Now, here's a key thing. Why is this not pure idealism? Well, for Kant, all of us share these exact same operational rules or procedures. So even though the phenomenological field, the field of experience, is not the things in themselves, the noumena, that which is not filtered through our cognitive apparatus, right? The thing is, when it comes to time and space, you want to go, no, that can't be right. Those are things in the universe, not things in us. But Kant makes the incredibly bold claim that time and space are the matrices or the filters or the almost like zones of our sensory apparatus. They are where sense data gets filtered primarily into organized experience. And so linearity, this is here, that's over there. This is all our sensory apparatus taking this flood of sensations and temporalizing them and spatializing them. And Kant calls these the two pure forms of intuition. Now, intuition is a weird word for us. We think of it as like, I know something without knowing how I know it, right? But what intuition boils down to is perception. These are the two pure forms of perception, right? Because any of your perceptions, anything that you experience through your eyes or your ears or anything, they are in some way, shape, or form temporal and spatial. And so this is what lays the foundations for our transcendental aesthetic. Now, this is like Kant's great contribution here. Aesthetic doesn't mean art in that sense. Aesthetic in this other etymological sense means sensibility. So transcendental aesthetic means transcendental perception or transcendental sensibility. And so this is what Kant's doing. He goes, okay, so on the one hand, our sensory apparatus, our perceptual apparatus has two pure software programs, like default. Like that's the thing, that our hardware, which is to say our physical senses, our eyes, our ears, it's like that hardware comes with two default software programs, time and space. And so that makes up our transcendental sensibility, which is to say it makes up the perceptual or sensible conditions of empirical experience, right? Okay, but then there's this other side that Kant's going to develop in the Critique of Pure Reason, transcendental logic, which we can also call basically transcendental understanding or transcendental conceptualization. So, okay, on the one hand, we got time and space. They have to do with perceptions. Every perception we have through our senses is filtered and organized around time and space. But when it comes to how we understand things, how we conceptualize things, Kant lays out a table of categories. They're primarily derived from Aristotle's categories, but Aristotle had 10, but for the sake of, symmetry, Kant's going to take them and make 12, and there's 3 in each category. Okay. Long story short, we're talking about, you think about how, I mean, I'm looking at these, I've got a pile of books right here. Look, I'll turn them around. So, okay, I got a pile of philosophy books. So think about how I can categorize this experience, right? I'm looking at them, and on the one hand, I can apply the category or concept of unity. I can say this Lyotard introduction is one book, this Bataille introduction is one book, the Accelerate book is one book, right? Okay, fine. But then I can also view them as a plurality, right? I can go, all right, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can see them as multiples, right? But then I can also view them as a totality, which is, okay, so there's 4 stacks of books right here, but that stack, it's itself a unity. So it's the singleness or unity of a multiplicity, right? This is one of the most basic ways we cognize or conceptualize experience. And so unity, multiplicity, totality, these are categories the mind brings and that we think experience through, right? Substance and accident, right? This idea that, okay, so I see various, there's white, there's green, there's words. I can predicate all kinds of stuff about this object, but then I also attribute to it a kind of substantiality, that there's something there that holds it together beyond its accidental properties. So for example, we could change the color of the book. We could cut, we could cut some of the pages out, but it still would maintain its thisness. Like it's a substance. Kant thinks we're bringing all of this to the table. And the big one, of course, is causality. Okay, here we go again. We know the basics, but here. Okay, a simple, okay, so the Accelerate reader caused the Lyotard book to fall or whatever, right? Basic causality 101. He thinks that we're bringing this is part of our cognitive apparatus. And so what we end up with for Kant is this distinction. There's the world of phenomena, which is governed by our transcendental sensibility or perception, time and space, and then our transcendental logic or understanding or transcendental categorizations, which is governed by substance, accident, unity, multiplicity, totality, causality, cause and effect, right? All of these are concepts that fundamentally make basic experience possible for us. Now, Kant will even add in a third category called the schema, transcendental schema, because, I mean, and this is great. He said there must be a third thing. If sensibility or perception is fundamentally different than conception or conceptualization, he thinks there even has to be like little blueprints between perceptions and concepts, precepts and concepts. in order to make them align or click together. Like, oh, here, this clicks to that. And that. So he has this whole incredible theory of how transcendental conditions of experience work, right? And so this is the heart of the Kantian solution to all these problems. So the Hume problem, right? Hume says, oh, well, causality, it's not a universal principle, because what it really is just us with our repetitions of habit. So I saw the sun rise in the morning 2 days ago. Then I saw it yesterday. Now I see it today. Therefore, the causality, right? The sun goes down and blah blah blah, right? And then there's the great example of the billiard ball, right? So every time I've ever played pool, I use, you take your shot, the ball hits another ball. So you think the first ball is set in motion, striking the other ball. The first ball is the cause, the second ball is the effect, right? And so the one ball is causing the motion of the second ball. But Hume's point is this is all induction. This is not a universal guarantee. There's no reason why the one ball causes the other ball to move. It's contingent. It could, maybe one day the second ball doesn't move, right? This is all just based on pattern recognition and habit, and it's not rooted in universal rules. But Kant goes, I got the solution to it, right? What if causality is a transcendental filter or rule of our mind? So regardless of what things are doing in and of themselves, we have to organize our experience causally at a universal level, because it's a fundamental, unconscious, a priori, pre-experience mode of experience. It's an operating procedure. And because of that, Kant can say, see, I've saved the universality of cause by making it transcendental within our cognitive apparatus. Okay. So the point is, Kant ends up saying, look, we can have empirical knowledge. All of us exist in the same phenomenological world because all of our minds have these same universal rules. We are all processing experience in the same way at this core fundamental level. Look, there's all kinds of leaving rooms for like, you don't relate to how I feel on this. Kant knows that there's idiosyncratic stuff, particularity, of course, that we don't relate to everything in our specific experience. The point is, though, we have conformity and coherence at the level of the most basic structures of experience. So that means that whatever things are in and of themselves are inaccessible to us. We don't have access to things in themselves. And Kant puts up a prohibition, which is to say, we can't investigate noumena. We can posit them in the sense of, look, we know that like this isn't absolute idealism of the Berkeleyan kind, because sense data are not in us. Like we are receiving sense data, and that sense data is coming from things in themselves. But because that sense data, first off, the wild sense data of the manifold are representations of things in themselves, right? They're not the things in themselves. They're the way that the things in themselves hit the senses. And because all of that is filtered through our cognitive apparatus, the things in themselves are forever inaccessible to us. And so Kant prohibits it. Like, look, we can't say anything about them. He would even say, like, okay, should I even use the singular noumenon, or should I call them noumena? You're already employing the concept of unity or plurality, even in how we talk about them, right? So we're doing an injustice to them, even in using the singular or the plural or totality or whatever. And we're also doing an injustice because we're saying that things in themselves are the causes of our sensations. Well, causality only works in the phenomenal field. We can't talk about noumenal causality because causality is only in how we process things. So the point is, we can't help but posit these things. Of course, we have to posit things in themselves as the causes of sense data, right? But we ultimately are contradicting ourselves, or even kind of breaking the rule in doing that. Point is, this leaves this whole realm of noumena, the things outside of our experience. And Kant's basically like, we can't talk about them. That's off limits. We just have to limit ourselves to the world we experience And so whatever's out there in the great outdoors, it just has to remain a mystery. We can only talk about and have knowledge of the great indoors. So now you can see why, on the one hand, Land he's a Kantian in the sense that he fundamentally builds his metaphysics out of this distinction between phenomena and noumena. He is totally not a Kantian because of how Kant limits you can't talk about noumena. Land and all of the other libidinal materialists are going to, in their own ways, tarry or traffic with noumena. And that's what is going to build this tradition. Okay, so instead of looking at my notes, I kind of just riffed on that. So I want to make sure I didn't miss anything on Kant before, and I did. I want to say a couple things here. From Kant's aesthetic theory, which is to say his third critique of the power of judgment. So look, Land's not going to do a whole lot with the second critique, the one that has to do with morality. He's primarily interested in the first critique and then the third critique. And the third critique is essentially about aesthetic judgment, which now we are talking about basically like aesthetic in the sense of the beautiful, the sublime, right? Works of art. And also teleological judgment, making judgments about a thing's purpose, right? Like what's the deal with that? So here's the thing. In Kant's third critique, he's talking about art. He's talking about how art is made and everything. Starts thinking about the concept of the genius. And as he analyzes it, he starts thinking like, the artistic genius is different than the craftsman or anybody working in handicraft, because the craftsman, the handicraft, all of them are geared around basic utility. This is what Heidegger's talking about in the first division of Being and Time, where he's talking about equipmental totalities, readiness to hand, which is his tool analysis, right? And Kant's sitting there going, yeah, tools and using tools in a productive way. Yeah, we use them to make things, but this isn't artistic genius. There's something else going on with artists. So part of it is, if you go to a good, skilled craftsman or carpenter, they can start telling you how to do what they do. And they can tell you, look, we use a hammer for this specific purpose. The hammer is that which we use for this to hammer in nails, right? That's its for the sake of which, right? These different assignments, right? Different tools have, use the hammer in order to hammer in nails, right? And you fasten nails down, hammer in nails in order to hold boards together, right? There's a whole equipmental, productive, practical logic in craftsmanship, and it's fairly intelligible, and you can pretty much pass it on to anybody, right? Now, if you go and ask Michelangelo about how he, how'd you do the Sistine Chapel? Like, artists can't ask Beethoven, hey, Beethoven, can you tell me how to write something like the Ninth Symphony? They cannot convey this. They can't tell you. Now, we know that with great art that there's a certain skill level to it, that classical pianists have to do their finger exercises, that you're going to do your Haydn piano exercises. But when it comes to the act of actually composing something, and you compose something that's almost it's so singular, you can't really express Beethoven's Ninth, Sistine Chapel, these amazing works of art. But I don't care, even a great pop song like Prince's Purple Rain or something, you're like, how do you do it? How do you tap into something? Like, the artist can't convey it. And when you talk to artists, and this is Kant's point, they always end up saying the same, like, it's like almost I'm receiving it from somewhere. Like something else is doing this. I'm just along for the ride. And I can't tell you how to do it. I don't know myself how I do it. It just kind of happens, and something is at work through me. Now this is this core moment where Kant stumbles upon the fang noumena, the active fang kind of noumena, in the sense of, look, for him, this isn't fanged in the nightmarish Lovecraftian way for Land, but the point is he's stumbled upon a kind of impersonal, asubjective force that's working through us that we can't properly understand, right? And so he thinks, on the one hand, we get a kind of it's not even an experience in the empirical sense, but you get some sort of inner hint at something else is at work here beyond us, right? And so we get it with the genius. The other thing that Kant will talk about, so Kant makes this important aesthetic distinction between beauty and the sublime. And these are two different experiences for him. So the key thing with both of them, though, and this is what makes them artistic aesthetic experiences, there's an indeterminate concept of beauty and an indeterminate concept of the sublime, which is to say, look, if we want to know the concept of a hammer, right, this is easy to figure out. We don't sit around and have problems understanding what is the couch really for. It's to sit the fuck on. Like it's next, right? Like we don't have to sit around and worry about it. But if you say, what is beauty? Now we're in some real philosophical territory, right? Because the thing is, beauty, who was the great, there's a quote, I can't remember who said it. I don't know how to define pornography, but I know it when I see it. It's kind of like that for Kant with beauty and the sublime. You can't define beauty, but you know it the moment you see it, right? And we all have this sense of being able to look at works of art and saying, you know what? I know we always say beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but there's certain works of art where we go, I don't know what's going on here, but this is universally beautiful. Like, and if somebody doesn't recognize the beauty of this specific thing, something's wrong with them. Like, it's not purely subjective. There is something universal in certain beautiful artworks, and yet you can't articulate it. It's indeterminate. And the difference, though, between the beautiful and the sublime for Kant is that whatever we register as beautiful is something that we can actually bring within our perceptual capacities, right? Even if it remains indeterminate, you can get a handle on the beautiful, right? It's within your frame of sensible experience. So you go to a museum, you see an incredible, the Mona Lisa, to use the generic type of example, and you go, wow, this painting's incredible. It's so beautiful, and you can't explain the beauty of it, but you can get a hold. The painting itself is within the range of your experiential capacities. Okay. The sublime, however, while being an indeterminate type of experience, what makes the sublime different is that our senses can't get a handle on it. It's too vast. Now, there's two types of sublime here: mathematical sublime and dynamical sublime. The mathematical sublime, or basically, it's like the thought of infinity, right? I try to think infinity, and I just kind of, you feel staggered by this thought. Like, it's so immense that I cannot process it. I can say the words and I can give the definition of infinity, but I can't really wrap my head around it. Now, that's the mathematical or abstract sublime. The dynamical or kind of experience, here's what we got. It's immense aspects of nature, earthquakes, or being at sea and this giant storm is overtaking, and you just cannot, or being in front of a mountain that's so immense you cannot get a perceptual grasp on this thing as an object. The object is so immense, it overloads the senses in a way, and yet there's a kind of enjoyment, a kind of self-destructive jouissance in these moments of the sublime, precisely because they're so much vaster than we are. And this dynamical sublime is really what it's a hint at the fanged noumena, right? So one of the writings in Thirst for Annihilation, the chapter actually called Fang Noumenon, and then it's the cyclone, right? So the cyclone is this instance of this dynamical sublime kind of experience that isn't a typical experience, because it's that which you experience as overloading your experience. Okay, now I'm writing like a real asshole, talking like an asshole philosopher, but that's basically it, though. It's an experience of the breakdown of your ability to fully experience the object, right? And so that hints at the noumena too, right? Okay, so worked our way through genius, we worked our way through the sublime. This gets us to Schopenhauer. And so Schopenhauer's metaphysics picks up right where Kant basically leaves off. But Schopenhauer is going to rework things. So Schopenhauer totally accepts Kant's transcendental aesthetic. He goes, you're right. Time and space are the basic matrices, active synthetic matrices of sensation, of perception. And I'm not going to go into this because this doesn't lend itself to anything we're going to talk about. But the point is, so Kant had 12 categories. Schopenhauer thinks that you can boil them all down to basically causality. And all we really need is causality. We get the other ones, you can take them or leave them. But nonetheless, he does think that we have a kind of transcendental understanding primarily through causality. And so he totally is going to embrace this field of phenomena. Now, Schopenhauer is going to take the phenomena-noumena distinction and turn them into the distinction between representation and will. This is why his magnum opus is The World as Will and Representation. Another title could just have easily been The World as Noumena and Phenomena. Okay, so for Schopenhauer, yes, our experience is the world of phenomena, but he thinks he's going to, and this is what makes him the true inauguration of libidinal materialism, because he's going to say, yeah, but this whole thing with things in themselves, there's something going on there, and I'm going to tell you what's going on there. And in fact, they are the metaphysical foundation of our reason, of our cognitive apparatus. See, Kant wants to make us like the grand legislators of nature itself. Like nature is in us in the sense that all of the fundamental laws and rules of the natural order are imposed on sense data by us. So we are the law of nature itself, right? This is one of these things like Land would hate because, oh, I am the legislator of the universe itself. And he's like, yeah, okay, pat on the head, little fuck. Calm down. But Schopenhauer is also, he's going to say, look, we are in nature. It's just that we have a limited perspective. And yes, we are active in how we experience it. But he's going to put the emphasis on noumena as the ultimate grounds of our experience, of reason. And so it's not like reason is the end all be all. It's a parochialism for Schopenhauer. It's a local perspective on things and not the perspective on things. And so that the idea is that will is basically this cosmic substratum of desire, of willing, of urging, right? And I mean, you can see the Eastern influence here on Schopenhauer. On the one hand, in Vedic Hinduism, right, you have this distinction between Brahman and Maya. Brahman is the God, absolute, the deep reality, right? Whereas Maya is appearance or illusion. So this Brahman Maya distinction maps nicely onto will and representation. And then the whole thing with Buddhism, the noble truths, all is suffering because of desire, right? You get into this whole Buddhist thing. So Schopenhauer basically thinks that the fundamental entity, the fundamental substratum of all things is this kind of metaphysical desire, this willing, this push. And that is from which everything emerges. Now, Schopenhauer's he's a post-Kantian in the proper sense of he realizes that we're actively constituting experience, but there's almost like a pre-Socratic dimension to him as well, in the most classic pre-Socratic metaphysical sense. And like Thales, all is water, right? Anaximander, all is apiron, right? So Heraclitus, all is fire, right? He's not afraid to do this kind of pre-Socratic move to say that all of reality is fundamentally one fundamental substance, right? So for Schopenhauer, though, we feel the will inside of us. It's like a non-sensible push, but it is not empirically observable, which means it's not temporal or spatial. The will is what the body is in itself, right? And Schopenhauer, I think, would just say that's what Kant was getting at with his concept of genius, that this other thing that's a kind of experience, but it doesn't fit within our parameters of Kantian experience. It's this will that's rising up or swelling up in us, and we actually have some kind of inner feeling of it, right? So it's important. Like, so if will is separate from phenomena, then it is not subject to space and time, and therefore is not subject to individuation and plurality. So it's this ultimate pure oneness or substance. And he's going to view all of us, all entities, inanimate, plant, animal, human, all of us are individuations. Like, it's our fundamental substratum, but we are all individuated instances of it, right? And so the difference is, like, for Kant, the will is like the individual subject's duty to the moral law. But for Schopenhauer, the will is actually non-agentic, which is to say, for Kant, the will is the will of a moral agent, right? But for Schopenhauer, the will is not an agency. It's not a willing person or subject, right? It's just pure will to life, right? And so I want to read a quote by Land here. This is from Art as Insurrection. He says, for Kant, the will is aligned with reason as the principle of the investment of nature with intentional intelligibility. In contrast, Schopenhauer's great discovery is that of non-agentic will, the positivity of the death of God. Rather than thinking willing as the movement by which conceptually articulate decision is realized in nature, he understands the appearance of rational decisions as a derivative consequence of pre-intellectual and ultimately pre-personal, even pre-organic willing. Unconscious desire is not just desire that happens to be unconscious, as if a decisionistic lucidity is somehow natural or proper to desire. It is rather that consciousness can only be consequential upon a desire, for which lucid thought is an instrumental requirement. For Schopenhauer, the intellect is constituted by willing rather than being constitutive for it. We do not know what we want. So Schopenhauer, yeah, go ahead. What's up, Dave?
Can you send me that quote just through Facebook? Sure. Would work, as well as any others that you read as you go, because I'll kind of incorporate them into this note stock.
Let me do that real quick.
I was able to fetch the other one.
Yeah, okay, guys, that's in Fang Noumena, pages 154 to 155. And
everybody, you've got links to all of the texts that Mikey will be going off of. Hope you all saw that in the syllabus. Okay, and let's see, a couple more things on Schopenhauer on the will, and then we'll skip to the next part. So, by the way, I just have to say, man, this speed run is fucking awesome. I think that's what I'm trying to do. I don't want to get lost in too many details. This is about, like I say, broad scale philosophical orientation, knowing your way around, knowing how to start with all this shit, right? And again, if we zeroed in just on one of these thinkers and we got to get these broad strokes of what, because this is Land's contribution. Like, keep in mind, as we're working our way through this, this is Land. Like, nobody's connected these specific dots and these. Now, sure, people can see, oh, Schopenhauer did this as opposed to Kant, but the way that he's going to chain this tradition together, that's really his contribution here. So that's why I'm doing it this way, where we can get these broad strokes, we can understand these broad connections between these thinkers. So, okay, so yeah, the will is what pushes human creativity, reason, understanding, intellect. The will is also what pushes animal instincts. It even pushes the plants reaching out for the sun, right? And it even be what gravity, willing the moment and positions of inanimate objects. And so it's this motive force behind all things, right? It's the being behind beings. Now, Heidegger would, of course, critique that and go, being is not a being. So this, for Heidegger, would still count as ontotheology. But ultimately,
let's just keep it on its own terms, and that's an instance of ontotheology, and that's what Schopenhauer's going with here. So Schopenhauer's non-agentic will is, for Land, the inaugural and the official start of the tradition of libidinal materialism, precisely because it's going to privilege impersonal force over personal desires, will, interests, inclinations, etc. It's the thing that says there is a determinate noumenon out there, and it is more important than we are, and it's the fundamental ground of all things, not reason, not our cognitive apparatus. Our cognitive apparatus is grounded in it. It comes out of the will, at least for Schopenhauer. So for Kant, reason is the ultimate organizing principle of all phenomena, but for Schopenhauer, reason is demoted to the status of just being one instance among others of the impersonal will willing what it wills. So think of it like this. For Kant, nature comes out of the intellect, but for Schopenhauer, the intellect comes out of non-conceptual, unconscious will. So Land loves Schopenhauer because he is the first true metaphysician. He remains faithful to the pursuit of the absolute, the will, but he also understands that this absolute will not be anything made in our own image. That is, it is a fanged noumenon or inhuman otherness. While at the same time, Schopenhauer understanding the Kantian insight that given our phenomenological experience, we are actively producing it. So this is why Land's like, okay, Schopenhauer got a lot right in his reassessment of Kant. So, but here's where Land is going to have his issue with Schopenhauer, and then we're going to pivot into Nietzsche, right? Because he thinks Nietzsche's the proper response to this philosophical shortcoming on Schopenhauer's part. So Schopenhauer ultimately denies the will. He has a kind of pessimistic denial of the will. And for him, I mean, you can almost see a kind of Lacanian thing here, because his whole thing is, well, because the will is our substratum, that means that our desire can never be satisfied. Like we're at war with we can never be at peace. We can never be satisfied because our very metaphysical foundation is something that pushes it. It cannot be satisfied. It's pure willing in and of itself. And so that means that we are always destined to be unhappy, dissatisfied, etc. So fuck the will. Let's deny the will. Let's find ways of battling the will, going against the will. And we're limited in what we can do here. But there's two paths, and there's a couple others, but I don't want to do too many of these tonight. We'll do the two big responses that Schopenhauer came up with, right? Because yeah, if desire is the ultimate source of our suffering, and if the will makes it impossible to satisfy desire, then the will is the ultimate source of our suffering. So again, fuck the will, right? So, and this is worth reading. So I'm going to give you this quote too, Dave. This is from The World as Will and Representation. And I'm going to take this opportunity to just say, if any of you haven't ever read Schopenhauer himself, you really should. And not even, you don't have to read the whole book. It is a big project. But I would maybe argue Schopenhauer is the greatest writer of philosophy in the history of philosophy. The guy's a master. He is so fucking clear. He's on the same complexity level as any other philosopher, but his amazing clarity of writing is really, I mean, it's a kind of ideal for me, at least, where you read him and you just go, my God, this guy could do philosophy at the highest level and yet make it just clear as a bell on what he was trying to say. So let's read a little. He says, this is from World as Will and Representation, page 309. He says, we have long since recognized this striving. This constitutes the kernel and in itself of everything, as the same thing that in us, where it manifests itself most distinctly in the light of the fullness of consciousness, is called will. We call its hindrance through an obstacle placed between it and its temporary goal suffering. Its attainment of the goal, on the other hand, we call satisfaction, well-being, happiness. We can also transfer these names to those phenomena of the world without knowledge, which, though weaker in degree, are identical in essence. We then see these involved in constant suffering and without any lasting happiness. For all striving springs from want or deficiency, from dissatisfaction with one's own state or condition, and is therefore suffering so long as it is not satisfied. No satisfaction, however, is lasting. On the contrary, it is always merely the starting point of a fresh striving. We see striving everywhere impeded in many ways, everywhere struggling and fighting, and hence always as suffering. Thus, that there is no ultimate aim of striving means that there is no measure or end of suffering. I think this smacks of Lacan, right? Because the whole point of Lacan is that desire can never be satisfied. It's always in pursuit of an impossible object called objet petit a, which is essentially a virtual surplus. You can never actualize it. And yet it's what sets desire in motion. And so even though Lacan doesn't have the same metaphysics as Schopenhauer, his image of desire is very, very similar. And that's precisely why Land is not going to like Lacan or anybody who views desire as structured around a fundamental lack. And for Schopenhauer, the fundamental lack at the heart of desire is its inability to ever fully be satisfied once and for all, right? So Land, as we'll see as we get into D&G especially, Land's going to go, no, I'm not with that image of desire. Same. Nietzsche also is going to combat that in a way. So what is Schopenhauer's advice? Well, it boils down to this. All right, Schopenhauer, so we're destined to fucking suffer our lives away. What the fuck should we do about it? You want us to deny the will? And he would go, look at art or starve yourself. That's really kind of what it was. So he thinks that there is a temporary suspension of the will in aesthetic contemplation. And it's unique, right? When you're at a museum, and look, even when we go to museums, a lot of times it's annoying. I do it too. Like, it's almost like we rush through museums, more of like in a consumer thing. Like, I got to see everything here, or we're at the zoo or something. I respect the people who go to the museum and basically look at one piece of art for 2 hours, something like that, right? Because the point is, they're really, in a sense, engaging with it, right? They're not passing it, but there's all these people in museums, art museums, and you're like, I don't think any of them actually look at the art. And for Schopenhauer, though, true artistic contemplation, and look, I think we can expand this to, I wonder what Schopenhauer would do with movies, because like Žižek says, like, movies are what train our fantasies. So in a way, you could say movies get us desiring, right? But I don't know, taking in a painting, right? For Schopenhauer, it suspends the will. For a moment, you don't want anything. You're not trying to get something beyond the painting. You're not even trying to consume the paint. It's a suspension. It's almost like a relief, right? In this moment. And so, but the problem with this again is that you can't do this forever. You have to get the fuck up and leave. And it's back to being a subject of the will, And so, but the great denial of the will is obviously ascetic practices, like starving yourself or whatever. And that's his other way of denying the will, is to starve yourself, to perform ascetic practices, and so on. So it's like, okay, I guess. And so that's really, there's this whole thing with okay, love. You can talk about compassion, right? Compassion is almost a moment that suspends the will, because when you care about others more than you care about yourself, you always do so. This is kind of a Kantian influence. They're like ends in themselves, right? You don't desire anything from them. You're not trying to consume them or use them. Compassionate love towards other people seems to break down this dissatisfaction in willing, especially for our own individualistic, egoic purposes, right? So compassion is one, two, but that's where we're left. we're left with this ethics of self-denial and renunciation of individual desire. And this, for land, this is what leads Schopenhauer straight back to Christian morality, albeit in a secular form, because we're back at this self-denial, denying the will, etc. And Land is going to reject this denial of the will, the denial of the thing noumenon. And this is precisely why Land likes Nietzsche so much, right? So, okay, now we kick to Nietzsche, because Nietzsche himself is going to acknowledge the role of these larger than life forces, right? This creative play of the universe, but he's going to radically affirm it, even though it involves suffering. And that's what Land in particular likes about Nietzsche is, yeah, we're going to suffer, but let's joyously affirm the suffering. And let's joyously affirm whatever the thing noumena throws our way, right? So, yeah, Nietzsche fully embraced human suffering with joyous affirmation. We all know the famous Nietzsche quote, "What doesn't kill me makes me stronger." But it's important, though, when we're thinking about this stuff with Nietzsche, two of these key Nietzschean concepts are at play here: the overman and amor fati, which is the love of fate, right? The love of destiny. The love of, I fully embrace life despite how much suffering is in it, and I accept it as it is with all of its imperfection, right? And so, but when it comes to us, right? So this is a key takeaway when thinking about, look, I haven't said it yet, but I think a lot of you know that Land is ultimately for human extinction. Now, oftentimes, especially on Theorygram or, on the philosophical meme circuit, he's always presented as the cunning evil genius, like, it's going according to plan, right? But, and Dave really helped me think through this recently. This whole thing with human extinction doesn't have to be like some maniacal evil genius's plot in a bad cartoon. What it can be is this Nietzschean thing of the overman, which is to say, what if we're not that great and something better could come out of us if we were to transcend our current state, right? And ultimately, that's why Land knows that he's going to be positioned in the pessimist school of philosophy, right? But from his own perspective, and I get it. Like, he knows what he's doing with calling thirst for annihilation virulent nihilism, right? But you got to realize his nihilism is like, I'm nihilistic towards our current state of humanity. Like, I don't think that has some profound meaning that should define the whole 15 billion year history of the universe, right? We're one moment and something more beautiful could come out of us, something better, something more intelligent, right? Us in such an incredibly enhanced form, we can't even begin to process it. And so this is where there's this Nietzschean joy in humanism, in post-humanism, in anti-humanism. It's not from this. Okay, what I'm trying to say is, and I've come to have to deal with it, like, it's not malicious. I don't think Land wants us to die because he's like, he hates us and wants us to suffer. I don't think it's sadistic. That's how it's, and I used to think that, right? And that's definitely how it's presented on in the memes. That's he's a Nietzschean in this sense. And once that clicks, you start going, he doesn't want us to like suffer and die because he just enjoys the thought of us suffering. He wants us to go to extinct because he thinks we're holding back what actually can creatively happen. And so this is what Dave said to me about extinction. It made this click. Look, if we start augmenting ourselves with technology, at what point do we cross a threshold here and we are just something different? So that would count as extinction for Land. We are extinct in the sense of like, we've transcended our current status, right? But it's not this evil maniacal genius thing. It's like, no, let's actually take our potential and see how far it goes. Why are we holding back in what we can actually become? It'd be like the caterpillar going, no, don't, no cocoon for me, thanks. I know. I don't want to turn into a butterfly. And so the whole thing with Fang Noumena, of course, like this idea, like what we could become or what technological realities could happen through this process are horrifying to us, right? But part of him is like his thirst for annihilation is this other spirit, which is just like, bring it on. Let's fucking push it as far as we can and see what can creatively come out of us, instead of what we want to bum around in the status quo forever and never go anywhere new. For him, that's the whole thing. The emergence of the new itself can spell extinction for us. And he's just not afraid of that. He wants to go down that road. And he knows that the vast majority of people aren't going to want to go down that road, and they would be drugged down at kicking and screaming. But the trick of like technological transhumanism is, if we make small changes over a long period of time, we will go extinct, and then nobody will even have known the extinction event took place. So it's like kind of how Baudrillard talks about the perfect crime, which is the murder of reality. We developed electronic media over the span of decades, right? And because it wasn't this punctual thing, because it happened across time, like nobody even noticed that we destroyed the reality principle, that we killed it, right? This is the perfect crime. It's a crime that nobody even knows took place, right? It's a crime that nobody knows was committed. And this is this whole thing with technological transhumanism, where if we technologically augment ourselves, become cyborgs, whatever, we can do all of this in the name of human progress. We're changing ourselves, we're modifying ourselves, we're overcoming illness, we're overcoming certain disabilities, we're overcoming all this shit via technology. But then 100 years later, there aren't humans left. And this is this other form of extinction, where it doesn't have to be the Matrix, where the machines rise up and put us in pods. It could be that. And it doesn't have to be the evil Lovecraftian singularity that immediately gains super intelligence and wages war on us like Skynet. It could be that. But it could be this other thing where we just, as humans, technologically overcome. We can prolong our lives. We can enhance our intelligence. We can do away with cancer. We can do away with all of the ailments of the body. We can transcend the body. All of these kind of sci-fi dreams we have would ultimately lead to our extinction as we know it. And let's be honest, if we could resurrect somebody who lived 500 years ago, would they count us as cyborgs right now? Are we the same species to somebody 500 years ago? I mean, part of me wants to say yes. Another part of me wouldn't blame that person if they viewed us as fucking aliens. So I don't know. But the point is, Nietzsche's or Land's whole thing with this technological horror show, this Lovecraftian thing, he doesn't deny that it's horrific and terrifying from our phenomenological parochial viewpoint, right here and now, right? That's why it's Fang Noumena. But in the Nietzschean spirit of what doesn't kill me makes me stronger, amor fati, he wants to say, fuck it, I'm brave enough to affirm all this. Let's go all the way with it. And so it's the Nietzschean dimension as opposed to the Schopenhauerian dimension. And that's why Nietzsche's famous words, right? I teach you the overman. Man is something that shall be overcome. What have you done to overcome him? And that's precisely what Land is saying. Everything I'm doing with theory fiction is in this Nietzschean vein. I'm trying to overcome the human from this Nietzschean perspective by any means necessary. And so, and then of course the quote on the Overman, that's from Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And then this other great one on Amor Fati is from Ecce Homo. He says, my formula for human greatness is Amor Fati, that you do not want anything to be different, not forwards, not backwards, not for all eternity, not just to tolerate necessity, still less to conceal it. All idealism is hypocrisy towards necessity, but to love it. And that's exactly, Land thinks that capitalism has made this techno future extinction an inevitability. It's necessary. And he's going to say, like with Nietzsche, and I'm going to love every minute of it as we go down this path. And yeah, you can try to stifle it with the state. You can try to put impediments in the way of capital, but this thing is like Thanos. It's gonna fucking happen. Again, the joke is Iron Man. You know, I am Iron Man, and it doesn't happen. But for land, again, this is I'm just trying to give a bit of nuance to how he himself views this, which is usually lost in the memes, right? And then,
Yo,
oh god, yeah, go ahead.
oh, send me those.
Say what?
Send me those links.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, the quotes, not links.
Yeah, I'm
Quotes.
gonna, let me see.
Yeah, the one for
there's a couple more I'm gonna read. We're gonna get there. This is going according to plan.
According to plan.
I told myself, look, the number one goal of the whole night is to have enough time to go through the Deleuze and Guattari stuff. Because ultimately, I mean, look, obviously all this stuff is essential, but his greatest influences are D and G. So we got to talk about them. And of course, their little circuit of terminology is the hardest to deal with. So let's see. Actually, I'm going to not go through those other quotes. They're not necessary. So okay. So Schopenhauer has the will to life. Nietzsche has the will to power. And Nietzsche also, I mean, if you read Deleuze's book on Nietzsche, Deleuze wants to say, look, a lot of people read Nietzsche as kind of a scatterbrained man of letters type thinker. And Deleuze is like, that's bullshit. He's an incredibly systematic metaphysician. And for Deleuze, there's two key types of forces for Nietzsche in his metaphysics: active forces, reactive forces. But ultimately, even those are going to be connected to will to power. And so, and everybody knows this, right? There's this key difference from Schopenhauer to Nietzsche because of this reconceptualization of the will to life as the will to power. And on this point, I'm going to send this passage here, Dave, because this one I do want to read. This is one where I'm like, I probably can't begin to say this any better than Land himself says it. Okay. This is from Thirst for Annihilation, pages 10 to 11. Land says, Nietzsche wholeheartedly subscribed to the basic tenets of Schopenhauer's diagnosis, but sought to deepen his cosmology and to jettison the residual egoism that lay in its continued obsession with redemption. Nietzsche no longer considered the sufferings of the self to be a serious objection to the basic cosmic processes that underpinned it. Where Schopenhauer had depicted the unconscious striving of nature as a will to life, whose most sophisticated form is the egoism of the individuated human animal, Nietzsche renamed this fundamental drive the will to power, for which survival is a mere tool. For Nietzsche, life is thought as a means. Life is thought of as a means in the service of an unconscious, trans-individual, creative energy. Mankind as a whole is nothing but a resource for creation, a dissolving slag to be expended in the generation of something more beautiful than itself. The end of humanity does not lie within itself, but in a planetary artistic experiment about which nothing can be decided in advance, and which can only be provisionally labeled Overman. For Overman is not a superior model of man, but that which is beyond man, the creative surpassing of humanity. Nietzsche read Christianity as the nadir of humanistic slave morality, the most abject and impoverishing attempt to protect the existent human type from the ruthless impulses of an unconscious artistic process that pass through and beyond them. The mixture of continuity and discontinuity connecting Nietzsche's atheism with Schopenhauer's is encapsulated in Nietzsche's maxim, man is something to be overcome. Now, as somebody who has been seriously studying land for 6 months, let me tell you, that is a quote you need to save, because so many of the other little distinctions that are going to become important for land later on are there in larval form. So this whole thing where he talks about humankind as a whole is nothing but a resource for creation, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. The end of humanity does not lie within itself, but in a planetary artistic experiment about which nothing can be decided in advance and which can only be provisionally labeled overman. That artistic experiment are the cybernetic feedback loops of capital later on, which are going to bring about the becomings, the transhumanism, the techno future, all of that, right? So that's what that's going to become when look what he says. Nietzsche read Christianity as the nadir of humanistic slave morality, the most abject and impoverishing attempt to protect the existent human type from the ruthless impulses of an unconscious artistic process that passed through and beyond them. Right there, you have the whole thing with the architectonic order of the eschaton, the AOE. That's this organization that the CCRU, it's a fictional organization, but what it's describing is essentially humankind's global, militaristic, technological goal of preventing runaway technological development in the form of singularity. Like, it's what's trying to put the brakes on human extinction, what's putting the brakes on the explosion of technology. And so he's talking about Christianity here, but this idea of the AOE is what's trying to preserve the existent human type. Like, we're not going to allow ourselves to transcend this point. We're going to stay here. We're going to defend this status quo, and anything that tries to go against us is this threat from the outside, right? Which is the threat of our extinction. And so whether we're talking the AOE, whether we're talking about the K insurgency, which that's another, we'll get into all this, right? Point is, this quote has all of these later distinctions there in virtual larval form. Okay. So the will to power wills self-overcoming, which is to say going beyond ourselves, transcending ourselves, becoming something different, undergoing qualitative changes, right? And it fully affirms this. And so, in other words, like, the will to power is going to be aligned with what D&G call deterritorialization. It's going to becoming, affirmative self-destruction, etc. So this is the joyful spirit in which land wills the extinction of humanity. So whenever you see the little Matrix memes of him like laughing, his face on the Sentinel's body, what he's thinking is, something more beautiful comes out of our annihilation, right? And so, yeah, and so, I mean, we've kind of already talked about it, but this is what I wrote on this. Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to, so I know I had raised this question of, I basically reinterpreting extinction to say maybe it's just the Ubermensch idea. Maybe it's just like this, once we've modded ourselves out to a certain extent, like, then are we even human anymore? Blah, blah, blah. But I'm just saying, so just because it's might be more likely or whatever, isn't it still on the table that he just actually wants the extinction of humans? Like a more hard extension, the extension where we all get ripped apart by nanobots.
Maniacal genius thing.
Yeah, isn't that still on the table?
Yeah, and let me tell you why. Because early on, I didn't read the quote. Let me go back to it real quick. So there is this quote that would lend support to that, right? Here's what I'm trying to do. And Dave is big on this, everybody. And Dave knows what I'm doing, what nobody who's remotely a leftist will do. And I am, in some way, shape, or form, remotely a leftist, right? I'm trying to steal man land, which is what nobody who's remotely leftist would do. I'm trying to actually give him the fairest reading possible. One, because I'm just unapologetic. I respect him as a thinker. I don't like his politics, is what it was. But like all of this stuff, I find this stuff, it resonates with me. I think it's philosophically rich. I appreciate the uniqueness of it. And so instead of just, and I used to kind of have this tendency, land just wants us all to die and wants us all to suffer. And okay, but here's the thing. I've been as fair as I possibly can so far. Here's where, Dave, you can get a little support. He says in Thirst for Annihilation, page 55, he goes, let's see. I have not been a theist for a single second of my life. In my first assemblies at primary school, when the theistic idiocy was first wheeled out, I remember thinking, it is natural that adults should lie to you. But is it really necessary for them to insult the intelligence quite this much? As for the longing to believe, nothing could be more alien to me, because nothing is more obvious than the fact that humanity, far from being a creation, is a disease. So he's even saying from early on as a kid, how much is this real? How much is this fiction or whatever? But he's saying as a kid, I thought humans are fucking diseases. So yeah, I'm doing the Steelman thing for the sake of, philosophical integrity. But do I think he kind of hates us? Yeah, I kind of do.
Okay.
But we do have to take this whole Nietzschean thing. I mean, he's being very clear. Like, he's explicitly aligning himself with Nietzsche and this whole, and here's the thing, like, I'm not going to treat him like the unbarred big other. Like, he has to be perfectly consistent. Could he be inconsistent on things too? Sure. I think on the one hand, he can hate humanity at one moment, but he probably can sit there and go, I don't really hate them. I just think where we're at is fucking trash. And I don't understand how anybody could want to remain in this state. Fuck it. Pedal to the metal. Let's see how far we can go. Let's see what can become out of us. And I think to use that example, why the fuck? Hey, caterpillar, get in the fucking cocoon, bud. What the fuck? You're not great. You're just a thing. You're not the end all be all to what the universe can produce. Fuck it. Let's see what else you got. But you got to transcend yourself for us to find out. So I think that's there too, right? I do think the Nietzschean thing is there. Okay, so, but here's this interesting thing, Dave, and I wrote these down just for you because you're the one who got me thinking about these two. I love these paradoxes, right? These are great. I was talking to Philip about these last night. So we have the Sorites paradox, which, okay, so the Greek word, the prefix soros, right? It means heap or pile or mound. So we're really talking about like the heap paradox or the pile paradox. It is real simple. You have a grain of sand, you put it on the table. You get another grain of sand, you put it on the table. You get a third one and you put it there. And then you ask yourself, do I have a heap of sand? No, you have 3 grains of sand. But if you keep putting the grains of sand on the table, at some point, you make the qualitative change over to it being a pile of sand. Now, the whole philosophical debate would be, what's the precise grain of sand that makes it shift from being a bunch of grains of sand to being a pile of sand? Now, see, this is the whole Kantian thing we were talking about with the unity, multiplicity, totality thing. Where does, in Kantian terms, what exact grain of sand does it trigger the fucking cognitive apparatus to go from interpreting it as a multiplicity to seeing it as a totality, right? One unified thing made out of things as opposed to just a bunch of things. And this paradox, I mean, and this is also what's at play with dialectics when it comes to the dialectic of quality versus quantity. How many quantitative changes do you have to make until that shifts it over into a qualitative change, right? Well, you can guess where this is going. How many little technological modifications do we have to make in ourselves before we undergo a qualitative transhuman becoming? where we cross the essentialness, our essence is transcended. So, okay, we have little essential differences. So again, if I have 10 nanobots in my bloodstream circulating, ferrying out cholesterol, doing whatever they do, right? Moderate, okay. Nobody's going to say that I'm not human because I have 10 nanobots in my bloodstream. What if I have 1 million that if I got shot in the head, they immediately heal it, like in the movie Transcendence, right? And am I still what you are? Now it's a little bit fuzzier of a distinction, right? Then what happens if I have the nanobots? I have so many of them that they actually form a kind of synthetic collective that integrate my very consciousness into them. And now my consciousness is merely in the swarm of the nanobots, and I shed off my fleshly body once and for all. Am I still me? Am I still a human? This is where all of these transhumanist, basically Soriades, paradoxes start to creep up. So, of course, for Land, he would go, I don't know where the qualitative threshold is, but there's one, right? There is one there that we technologically modify ourselves. At some point, we're not the same thing, and therefore we've gone extinct. And this almost works the same way with the ship of Theseus paradox, if we apply it to humans. Now, the ship of Theseus paradox works like this. You take the ship of Theseus, it's there docked at port, right? Like a ship port. And it was this great battleship that was used in a war, if I'm remembering the story correctly. And the point is, though, over time, the various parts of the ship start to decay or rot, and some of the wood has to be replaced, and the nails have to be replaced, and then the fucking sails have to be replaced. And over 100-year period, every part of the original ship has been replaced. The question is that the same ship? You want to go in some sense, yes, because it's the name that makes it the same ship and not the pieces. But you can philosophically argue, it's the pieces that make a thing, not the name. And so this is just one of these questions that's up for debate. But the point is, if I take off my flesh arm and put on a cyborg arm, and then you start modifying yourself to the point where there's no fleshly remainder of you, are you still the same species at the end of this process? So that's just, these are other ways to try to think through this shift from being human to being transhuman. And again, if these changes are small, incremental, take place over an extended period of time, we go extinct without even knowing it happened. It's not this violent trauma. We don't even, again, it's like the perfect crime. This is like the perfect extinction, right? The extinction that nobody knows even anything became extinct. So, okay, we're getting close to taking a break. I'm just going to say a couple things about Freud and Bataille, and then we'll take the break. Okay, so with Freud, Land and D&G, this camp has a love-hate relationship with Freud. They hate this whole Oedipus thing. They hate the whole thing of mommy, daddy, me, and desire has to always be Oedipalized, and it has to be trained to desire whole persons, and it has to be trained to conform to the norms of proper society, blah, 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 blah. It's all rules and prohibitions and concepts and language that force desire into these strictures, right? And then it does this, and then desire feels guilty, and it gets hung up on itself, and these are neurotic symptoms. And so you have to go through analysis in order to work through these symptoms produced by the representations, which is to say the basic models, concepts of society that are imposed on desire, right? And so they all are going to hate Freud and Lacan, by extension, for the Oedipal shit and for the emphasis on the signifier. Of course, Freud doesn't talk like that. That's Lacan. But Deleuze and Guattari and Land are going to champion materialistic energy over the representations, the signifier, the norms, the rules, the symbolic organizations, etc., of society. So However, though, they also love Freud. The Freud that D&G love is the Freud of the early work on the drives, on polymorphous perversity, which is to say, when a baby is born, their body is not coded by society's prohibitions. They don't understand, like, they don't know they're naked. They don't know that certain parts of their bodies have to be covered. None of this has registered for them yet. And all their body is basically a field of potential enjoyment, right? They can get enjoyment from their genitals, from their hands, from their mouth, from their feet, from their anus. Doesn't matter. All of it is fair game for the baby who has not undergone what Lacan calls symbolic castration, prohibition, socialization process. And so D&G are all about the Freud of the partial drives, these energies that get enjoyment from, just enjoyment for enjoyment's sake, right? Humans are unique for Freud because animals seem to interact always on the basis of utility. Now, I'm sure that you can get modern studies that have a more robust understanding of animals, but the typical story goes like, animals don't get enjoyment simply from breastfeeding. They get enjoyment from breastfeeding because it's the source of nourishment, of satisfying the biological need of hunger, right? Whereas babies, we all know this, babies enjoy breastfeeding because they enjoy sucking on the nipple. That's why you give a baby a pacifier, because their mouth enjoys the sucking itself, right? And this is what's unique to human, is that we use our sense organs as like ends in themselves when it comes to enjoyment, right? And this is why we take on all this proliferation of kinks and fetishes and all of these things in our sexuality, that animal sexuality doesn't drift around the way sexuality does for humans. It really seems aligned to basic biological imperative and instincts, whereas ours is like this free play because our mouths, our eyes, our anuses, our genital, all of it, none of it is rooted in just basic biological utility. They become source, again, they're ends in themselves. They're not means to an end like they are for animals. They're ends in themselves, which is to say, we enjoy the act of sucking, we enjoy the act of eating, we enjoy the act of smoking cigarettes just for the sake of the enjoyment at play in the drive, getting that type of satisfaction or that stimulation, right? And so, but for Land, like he of course is going to champion the Freud of beyond the pleasure principle with this emergence of this idea of the death drive. So for Freud, it's important to remember that this career defining idea, at least according to Todd McGowan and Slavoj Žižek and Alenka Zupancic, of the death drive really only shows up late in Freud's work. Before the emergence of the death drive, Freud had only thought of libido in terms of the pleasure principle. So the point is, our libidinal economies, our sensorium, so to speak, its primary goal is to achieve homeostasis, equilibrium, right? Calm, peace, etc., which is a lack of excitation. And this is how Freud always defined pleasure. But later in his career, he realized, like, I've got patients that are doing things that I cannot square with the pleasure principle being the sole tendency at work in our libidinal economy. Something else is pulling them in a different direction. So after World War I, Freud started to do psychoanalysis with some of the guys who fought in World War I, and they came back. They had shell shock, or what we now call PTSD. And part of it, what Freud was sitting there going, they keep having these recurring traumatic nightmares every single night. And this isn't helping anything. It goes against the pleasure principle. It doesn't get rid of excitation. It's just repetitiously building it up every single night. And it's ruining these guys' lives. I don't know what to do with this, right? And then he observed his grandson getting this kind of enjoyment through playing a game called Fort Da. Here, there, Fort Da, right? German here, there. And Freud like could tell like the mother had left and the kid's trying to work through this trauma of the mother's departure, her absence, right? And so he's trying to master the instance here, there, here, there. And so what he would do is when he was doing this here, there, here, there, he had a little spool and he'd throw the thing and make it disappear. And it was attached by a string. And so then he'd pull it back and make it come back. And then gone here, present, absent, right? And but this was, it wasn't just joyful. Like there's this kind of excessive excitation that was somewhat traumatic in the kid that he was like repetitiously reenacting, right? And then Freud also observed that a lot of the times with his patients, he was coming near what he would call the cure or the end of analysis. Like, okay, we've worked through the majority of this person's symptoms. There's a lot less neurotic suffering. Things are getting better. I think this is wrapping up. And what he would find is there'd be something that they would do that would just steer them right back into neurosis, and they'd have new symptoms or old symptoms would come back or what. And it's like they self-sabotage their whole analysis, their whole trajectory towards the cure. And it's like, here we go, back at square one. And so all of these led Freud to posit the death drive, which is to say, no, there's this other tendency at work in libidinal economy that is this type of impersonal force that leads to the self-destruction, the self-undermining of the subject. It destroys their pursuit of homeostasis, of pleasure. This is, of course, what Lacan's going to call jouissance, right? And so that's Freud. And so this death drive thing is this force within us that is a kind of, we would call it ecstasy in our Lacanian circles, right? This exterior intimacy, this thing that's radically other, but it's also the core of our being, right? But you know, the way Land is going to read this is this wild impersonal alterity, right? This kind of noumenal fanged force working against us, right? Undermining our pleasure, undermining our well-being. And yet once this concept clicks, it seems to have more force in our life than even the pursuit of pleasure. And so Freud, this is how he's part of the trajectory or lineage or tradition of libidinal materialism, because once this concept of the death drive is there as this self-destructive impersonal force, well then this is similar to Nietzsche's will to power with its affirmation of self-destruction, and obviously we can see the unconscious will of Schopenhauer also as part of this. So that's essentially the Freud dimension here. Now, for Bataille,
wait,
yep.
Just to check. So you'd said he likes early Freud, but then isn't beyond the pleasure principle?
Hold on, I can clarify.
Okay.
D&G like the early Freud of the 3 essays on infantile sexuality, right? That paper, because that's where Freud makes this distinction between instinct and drive. And they're all about drives, desiring machines, as we're going to see in a little bit, right? But their focus there is like, oh, this is this thing with the body, with how we get excessive enjoyment from different parts of our body, right? This is not like the clever unconscious that's coming through with slips of the tongue. It's not the Oedipus thing, right? This is just Freud theorizing the human dimension of our body, right? As drives, as opposed to instincts. D&G like that, and they're going to take that and run with it. Lamb likes the whole thing of like the self-destructive impersonal force undermining us as a kind of noumenon, right? Fang noumenon later on. What D&G and Land have in common is they don't like the Freud of Oedipus, of the personal unconscious, of, you know, the slips of the tongue and this whole psychodrama about our childhood. They don't go for that, but they do like the early stuff on drives and the later stuff on death drive. Okay. So Bataille. So Bataille is, I mean, the whole book, The Thirst for Annihilation, is in a way a book about Bataille, and the preface is really good. Like, this is not like a typical secondary source, like not to throw William Pollitt under the bus. This is a really good secondary source on Bataille. William Pollitt, he also wrote a fantastic book on Baudrillard. He's a great secondary source writer. But Land's book on Bataille is as much a book on Land as it is a book on Bataille. He's really thinking with Bataille, and it's a creative engagement, right? And I think, honestly, it would probably be Bataille's favorite book written about him ever written. I think Bataille would love what Land did with it. And look, so the fact is, in a way, like, the only book about a philosopher Land ever wrote is Bataille. So there's so much that, like, I mean, we could teach a whole thing just on his reading on Bataille. So it's funny, though, like, I'm almost going to say the least about Bataille over the other ones, because it would, you know, maybe we'll have a discussion series on Thirst for Annihilation in the future. Who knows? But ultimately, I think there's just two key things with Bataille to understand about him fitting into this libidinal materialist tradition. And so let me talk about this, and then we'll take our break. Okay, so Bataille's concept of death and / sexuality and how they relate. This is key for Land. And you got to realize Bataille wrote a book on Nietzsche. Bataille liked Nietzsche. This is all like a cluster of thinkers who are on the same wavelength in a lot of ways. So yeah, Bataille influenced Land's concepts of death, desire, and enjoyment, i.e. the thirst for annihilation, right? And so I think there's this great quote from Bataille's eroticism that kind of sums this up, right? Bataille says, "We receive being in an intolerable transcendence of being, no less intolerable than death. And since in death it is given and taken away at the same time, we must seek it in the feeling of death, in those unbearable instants where we seem to be dying because the being within us is only there through excess, when the fullness of horror and joy coincide." Now let me send that to you, because that is another one of those key quotes that you want to refer back to. And so, okay, let's unpack that. We receive being in an intolerable transcendence of being, which is to say, like, for human beings, for us to actually be whole or complete is to be a fucking corpse. It's to be a pure object, right? And so, but we're not around for that experience, right? And so for us to actually get the pleasure or the whole fullness of death, we can't actually be dead. We have to be on the brink of death. We have to be in death's vicinity, right? And so we receive being in an intolerable transcendence of being, right? Like in death, right? No less intolerable than death. And since in death it is given and taken away at the same time, like we reach our wholeness by being a corpse, right? But we also lose that because we're not there to experience it in any way, shape, or form. We're fucking dead, right? Is given away, or given and taken away at the same time. We must seek it in the feeling of death, in those unbearable instants where we seem to be dying because the being within us is only there through excess, and when the fullness of horror and joy coincide. Okay, so this is what we're getting here, is some sort of near-death experience of being totally overloaded by sensations that basically are breaking down the psyche, breaking down our sense of self, but in horror and joy, right? So Bataille, he loved this image of this guy being tortured, because the guy, yeah, exactly. Nance, you know what I'm talking about here. There's a photo that Bataille used to stare at, and I believe it's a Chinese torture victim. But the guy has the most like sublime, euphoric look on his face as he's being cut apart. And it's almost like the look on that statue that Loncar uses to talk about feminine jouissance, the statue of Saint Teresa. It's similar. Like this guy's being his gutted or whatever is going on, and yet he looks like he's experiencing some sort of sublime transcendence of, you know, pure being, something that beyond normal experience. But it's obviously a horror and joy in this experience, right? Well, this is ultimately going to be the fucking type of experience Land and the CCRU are going to seek in this kind of ritualistic practice. On the one hand, copious amounts of speed. On the next, self-induced insomnia, large consumptions of alcohol, other drugs, I'm sure, overloading the senses with jungle music, right? The techno music, jungle, playing it at levels that you're beyond what your ears should be able to deal with, right? While doing occult practices, trying to channel demon lemurs. The point is, this, for a prolonged, yeah, and for one instance, it looks silly and ridiculous. But if you actually try to do this for, I mean, this was what they did for a fucking year. Other members of the CCRU basically had psychotic breaks or at least mental breakdowns of some kind because of this. All of this is what is called a death, like capital A hyphen death, which means artificial death. So this type of experience that the CCRU is constantly seeking, artificial death, is directly coming out of this idea with Bataille on death and sensuality. This is the thirst for annihilation, right? I want to enjoy my utter destruction, right? This is where real jouissance, and this is not the jouissance I'm talking about in the warehouse. This is some whole other level self-destruction sensation, excitation. It overloads you. I mean, the point is, Land actually had a psychotic break. Now that's some fucking jouissance for your ass, right? Like, but when you do speed and self-induced insomnia for a year, you'll get some fucking demon lemurs, right? And so that is he asked for it and he got it. And then I don't think he's ever done speed since. So I don't know. He talks about that he worshiped the amphetamine god, but I've always wondered what he would say about, like, you still want some a death now? I don't think he does, but he would probably be saying it overloaded me, and I learned my lesson, something like that. I don't. But okay, this whole thing, artificial death, a hyphen death, or even what they call unlife, right? This is what they're getting from Bataille and this whole way he has of connecting sensuality to death and death to sensuality and all that, right? And so the last thing I want to say about Bataille, and this is the other, like, Bataille's his ontology is based around the accursed share, which for Bataille, in his, I think it's considered his masterpiece, the accursed share. He's talking about the sun, and he's talking about all of the energy, the excess energy produced by the sun. And he thinks, and he calls it the accursed share. So he thinks that the sun is this radical force that is the source of everything, which of course we can't process. Like we can't even begin to process how hot the surface of the sun is. I don't care if you name like the actual temperature that scientists say it is. You can 4 billion degrees, blah, blah, whatever it is. Okay. But I was saying this, I think, to Cadell or One Dime in our talk. Think about, like, okay, so the temperature just dropped 40 degrees in Kansas City, and we're all feeling it, right? It's like, oh my God, we you know, like, winter is here. And that's 40 fucking degrees. Can we even begin to fathom 1 million degrees temperature change? I can say the words, but do I have any way in my sensorium of even trying to register? First off, no, because my fucking body can't even exist I mean, if the temperature goes up 1,000 degrees, my body's fucked, right? The sensorium is fucked. A million, a billion, like these are forces that, and these are intensities that are, it's like trying to understand the mind of God or something. Like it's so fucking beyond any human comprehension or perceptual inclination, anything you think you could. No, it is so radically other that we can't process it. And yet the sun is the source of us, of all life on earth. And so it is this, in a way, look, you could, of course you can go, what do you mean? The sun's a fucking phenomena. I mean, oh, if I look at it, I'll go blind. You know, yeah. Of course, the sun has a phenomenal dimension to it. It also has this noumenal dimension, which is to say, none of us can even begin to process every way the sun is influencing everything going on Earth. The apprehension of that is so beyond us that it is noumenal, right? And I've said this before. This whole thing, this sharp line between phenomena and noumena, you got to realize for Land, the way he would just define it as any type of force, whether it's global capital, whether it's the sun, it's any type of sublime in the Kantian sense, right? Sublime force that is so vast and so mammoth, so gigantic, we cannot cognitively, conceptually, or perceptually get a handle on it, right? And so, but that's why he would say, but we can, there's ways we can try to think ourselves to a hint of it, but we ultimately have to, they're not so radically separate from us. We can't talk about them at all. We can, but it's always through this like filter of, yeah, but ultimately we can't even begin to grasp them. Here's the point, right? And I was going to save this for later, but these types of cosmic forces, right? This is why he likens all this to Lovecraftian deities like Cthulhu, right? But here's the point, right? The nightmarish immensity of Cthulhu is registered in those horror stories precisely because it drives people mad. But if they didn't register it in any way, shape, or form, they just stare Cthulhu in the face like, what's the big deal, dude? No, it drives them fucking mad because they do process it, but almost like in this negative way where, it imposes itself on me. I'm aware of it, but I'm aware of my inability to ever make it understandable the way this fucking lamp is, right? And so that's why Cthulhu, well, all of the Lovecraftian deities for the most part, that's why he always makes these references to this, is they're the fictional horror story versions of these Fang Noumena, these cosmic energies that are completely outside our scope of or range of experience. And so, okay. So the sun is the excess source of the excess energy, the accursed share. And so there's a couple things here. So in After the Law, Bataille, or Land says, now, okay, just real quick. So what After the Law is basically split in two parts. And you have the trial of Socrates, and then you have the trial of Gilles de Rais, this famous serial killer, right? And so the way he's going to do it is like the trial of Socrates, even though there's aspects of how Socrates thinks about death that Land liked, he ultimately thinks Socrates sides with reason, rationality, human intelligence, cognition, etc. Right? Whereas Bataille, in his interpretation of this serial killer, sides with the serial killer. But of course, it's, look, Bataille obviously was, if you've ever read his novel Story of the Eye, he's very open to very transgressive imagery. So how much, it's weird. Like when I say that Bataille sides with the serial killer, I feel like I'm doing an injustice to Bataille because I don't think he's sitting there. It's not like, oh yes, I'm so glad he killed all those people. What he's siding with is this alien type of desire or force that's enacting itself through these horrific acts of the serial killer, right? the point is human rationality and the whole idea of justification of tribunals. We're trying to judge certain human desires, right? And ultimately, if you think that human rationality can get a hold of these things, what you have to do is encounter a serial killer with the desires that this guy had in order to go, no, there's like, I can't even judge this guy on a normal human level, right? Like these acts were so heinous and came from somewhere else, so drastically different than what I think of as the great indoors of human reality, that it's like our sense of justification, justice, all of that breaks down in the face of these horrific desires, forces, impulses in this serial killer. And so the way Land words this is, after the law, across the line of unknowing, where tribunals count for nothing, Socrates is silent, and accusation is dissolved into the sun. Okay, so there's the Bataille thing with the sun. The point is, our frame of what counts as justice, as morality, really operates in this little tiny area of reality. And there are these mega forces that underpin everything. Now you're getting it becoming repetitious. You get the point. But ultimately, when he says that accusation is dissolved into the sun, again, this is him with having his way with words. That's impressive. He's saying that our little sense of human justice, our ideals, our virtues, etc., they do not hold sway over all of reality. They are dissolved into the sun, and that human rationality is one tiny little terrain within reality that is much bigger, and there are these cosmic alien forces that our sense of rationality, of justice, cannot get a hold of. And that's why, like, it's like with Dahmer, even, right? Any of these serial killers where you go, like, I can blame gangsters, or I can blame these kind of, like, I get that. Like, oh, I'm going to break the law because X, Y, and Z reasons, and I'll kill people if they fuck with me in order for my money. These are all human motivations that, even though they're violent, we can process. Most of us, we don't have a way to get to, like, where did Dahmer's impulses come from, right? Where did these, there's something radically other and alien. I think that's why serial killers fascinate so many of us, is because they're like these little concentrated little spots of radical alterity that seem, and that's the thing, right? These forces are so strong in them, it's like it's hard to even accuse them like we would accuse normal people, right? Like, there's something so alien about them. It's like, I'm going to hold you responsible, Jeffrey Dahmer. It doesn't seem to work in these moments. And that's because these forces are beyond our frame of reference, so to speak. And that's what that quote is getting at. So in another one from Thirst for Annihilation, Land says, the death of God is the ultimate transgression, the release of humanity from itself back into the blind, infernal extravagance of the sun. So I think what this means here, the death of God, I think we're talking about God as this ultimate, it's almost the Feuerbachian thing, right? Like, God is the ultimate image of us, right? This exterior projection of us as the most, in our most sublime, humanly, moralistically pure form, right? God is the ideal human type thing. Once that dies and we don't have this image of God to model ourselves after, all we're left with is the blind, infernal extravagance of the sun, right? Like, that's the ultimate ground of our being, not this conceptual ideal image of the divine, but rather the wild, noumenal forces of nature, the sun. And it's worth pointing out that the CCRU, when they get going, they're going to talk less about the sun, and they're going to talk about Cathel. They spell it weird too. It's CTHELLL, which is, it's that molten layer, or the core of the earth, right? It's the core of the earth. And notice Cathel, hell, also, This is where they say that the 45 demon lemurs reside, But the point is, Cathel is basically for the CCRU what the sun is for Bataille. It's the ultimate source of the energetic unconscious, the forces of energy structuring our lives and everything, and yet beyond our comprehension, right? So yeah, in the CCRU writings, there's one of the key essays or pieces is called Barker Speaks. And so he says, and look, trying to unpack all this, I'm not going to do it. Just hear me out. This is on page 158. So this is DC Barker, this hyperstitional fictional character they created. Trauma is a body. And so this is his whole theory of geotraumatics. Again, I'm not going into this. It's not completely relevant. I mean, it could be, but we have only so much time tonight. So if you want to explore this, go read this writing. He says, trauma is a body. Ultimately, at its pole of maximum disequilibrium, it's an iron thing. At MVU, Miskatonic Virtual University, they call it Cathel, the interior third of terrestrial mass, semi-fluid metallic ocean, mega molecule, pressure cooker beyond imagination. It's hotter than the surface of the sun down there, 3,000 clicks below the crust, and all of that thermic energy is sheer impersonal, non-subjective memory of the outside, running the plate tectonic machinery of the planet via the conductive and convective dynamics of silicat magna flux, bathing the whole system in electromagnetic fields as it tidefully pulses to the orbit of the moon. Cathel is a terrestrial inner nightmare, nocturnal ocean, Xanadu, an anorganic metal body trauma howl of the earth, cross-hatched by intensities, traversed by thermic waves and currents, deranged particles, ionic strippings and gluttings, gravitational deep sensitivities, transduced into non-local electromash and feeding volcanism. And that's why plutonic science slides continuously into schizophrenic delirium. Point is, Cathel is a real motherfucker. It's a fang noumenon of any of them. So that's it. Okay, time for break. We'll come back. We'll do the Deleuze and Guattari stuff, and then that's that.
Yo, send me that quote.
Okay. I think
now,
there's hold on. It's not edited properly here. Hold on.
While you do that, okay, I'll say what is going to happen while you're away. Right. So, folks, if a lot of you were here for the For They Know Not What They Do course with Mikey, basically what we do during the halftime is housekeeping. And sometimes that just means I ask you guys some questions and we shoot the shit. Other times it means I give you all the rundown on whatever it is that you should know about. And so what I was thinking is we could do some introductions. We're missing plenty of people who are here. What I would like to encourage everyone to do is to introduce themselves on the actual forum. And so what I wanted to do first, before we actually get into introductions and stuff like that, is just pull up the forum and give you guys a quick little tour of this thing. So assuming some of you haven't really been on it yet, let's go ahead and share the screen. All right. So there, you're able to see that now. Fuck this. No, stop. Wrong screen. I mean, it is the right screen, but I just realized that's not going to work for reasons having to do with OBS. So let's go ahead and fix it. Stop the share. Okay. Do it this way instead. 3, 2. There we go. Okay. Show of hands though. Has anybody been in this forum yet? Vance is even wondering if he's been in there. Okay. So you can all see it now. This is wildly out of date. Like really needing an update. It will get it eventually. But for right now, the most important thing is, theory-underground.com. Obviously, that's where you signed up for the course. But if you go to groups, okay, if you just click on the tab that says groups, there is a pop down that says forums. Groups contain forums. You don't see the forums. You don't see most of the forums unless you're already in a group for that forum, except for the public forum. There is a public forum so people can come in off the YouTube or whatever and introduce themselves. But the groups that you will see in here are kind of dependent on what you're signed up for on the site. But yeah, you can just go straight to forums. All you really need to know about the group is that when you're using the app, like your activity timeline can include things that are going on in the group that aren't on the forum. Okay. So you can actually make a post that is not a forum post, but is more of just like a random off the wall post. So what I mean is, like, let's just go to the intro to Nickland group. I'll open that in another tab and then I'll just go to forums. Okay. Cause the main thing I want to show you all is the forum, but I do want to kind of just drive home the point that you can go into the group and just post to the group's wall. Okay. So that's kind of like it's kind of like a Facebook function, you know, it's just the fact that you can come in here. It's loading. See, right now it defaults to members. We want it to show feed. That's the wall I'm talking about. So the group just has this wall and you can go spray paint on that wall, right? Nobody does it. The only thing that's going to really like drive everyone crazy is if you get pissed off because you don't get instantaneous responses, or if you want people to have to like your shit, like it's just not going to work. But if you want to drop something there, if this is a great place to put it, especially if you're not doing, let's just say like there's a quote you like, but you don't want to start a forum post for a quote you like, right? That makes sense. There's plenty of quotes that might relate to this kind of stuff. But if you're not trying to start a big back and forth kind of conversation, you just want to share it, that's understandable. And this is ultimately where you would place that. I'm like looking, where's that note? I was just making notes. What? Oh, here we go. All right. So I'll just take this one Mike you had shared. This is from Eroticism, Death and Sensuality. So let's just click to make a post. Okay, I pasted in the quote, post it. Other people can see that now on their timeline. Boom, you did it. And I added a little Timenergy thing here. You can click the Timenergy thing. It doesn't mean you like it, doesn't mean you heart it, doesn't mean anything. It just means that you gave it like this iota of Timenergy, which isn't really Timenergy properly speaking, but you know, it's like an analogy. It's the difference between a grain of sand and a heap, right? All right, but let's go into the forums. And so find the Nickland forum. There's a lot of forums in here that are not active or just started. And a lot of them we started like the week before tour. And so they really haven't been going. And some of these are related to courses. The ones like the Spanish Club, German Club, French Club, Album Listening Club, Get Fit and Healthy, the Swolitariat, Dialectics of Health and Fitness Club, the Theory Underground Writers Workshop Club, the Film Club. These are all currently free to participate in. People who are regular attendees early on will get grandfathered in once there are various kind of tiered gates to access. And we got a million reasons for all of these things. If you ever want to hear the why everything is the way that it is, that's a conversation for later. Let's just go to Nick Land. You see how it says private? It's because only people who are registered in the course actually see this. You might go to the forum and you go to the forums and you go, oh, there's only a couple of things here. Yeah, there's a lot of things there. You just don't see most of them, right? All right. And so this is where you can make a new discussion. And I'm just going to go ahead and title this one Introductions, etc. And then what do you want to say about yourself, or blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then I'll post it. You don't have to do it. Nobody has to do it, but it's a way of giving us all a little bit more context for you. There's a sort of neurotic suicide of these kinds of educational spaces that takes place when everybody thinks that because of equality and direct democratic whatever values, people think, I've got to have my voice be heard. I've got to be included. And our response has always been, bitch, shut the fuck up. No, if you want to be included and have a voice, listen to us for a while, develop your thoughts, and then share your thoughts and your actual voice in the written form on the forum. Okay. And you don't have to do that. There's nothing that should be rushing you to do that, because, take your time. And, and part of it is also like, as the app says, if you download the app and look at the front page, it says like, don't be yourself. We don't want people to be anonymous here. We do want you to like have your actual name and kind of like be like, yeah, this is some version of actually me. So like that anonymity, no. But being your full self, or thinking that this is like a space for friends to like accept your whole self, that is not the point, folks. And that is, we believe, one of the things that is ruining the university as we speak. People trying to turn classrooms into those kinds of spaces. And it's why some of us would prefer not to. And so this is a safe place for us to be the fuck away from safe places in that sense. In that sense. At the same time, I think it is a safe place in the sense that, well, we do care. We do care. We do, but within reason. And so, yeah, go ahead and say some stuff, introductions, whatever. Let's go back to the feed though. You see right here, I'm going to click on the feed, and once it loads, I'll show you the other only existing actual other post there right now. Then I'll tell you a little bit about office hours and hub events. Nance, what was that?
Was that where the movie recommendations was, or was that somewhere else?
That's where the movie recommendations was.
Okay. Yeah.
And Mikey's yet to share his in there. Getting Mikey to do new things is kind of like not one of the impossible things that we actually care about achieving in this course. So he probably won't use the forum really. But potentially if there's something really great in there, I'm going to show it to him, and we could always do some kind of a response to it in the same way that I don't know why it's freaky. I can't get this thing to work right now, but, this is once I'm back regularly doing stuff with these hub events, going over forum posts and actually recording audio, video responses to the things that people are saying in the forum posts is going to be a lot more normal. Right now, there are places on the website where you can see that I share a video and I timestamp it so that people can cut right to the part where I'm responding to the comment or whatever. And I do this for myself, but I also recommend it to anyone who gets overly neurotic when they write. Okay. Like, I want to write, but I'm not trying to write to strangers and sit here and have to be all careful about how I say things or whatever. I'm very blunt on the internet, a lot more so than in normal life. Okay. I'm extremely blunt on the internet because I'm not trying to have sensitive online friends, but I've got lots of sensitive real life friends. And I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's just the way I operate. I try to be blunt because I get overly neurotic when I start thinking about how to say things in a way that might not offend a person. And then I remember some people get offended when you assume that they would get offended. Okay. And so there is this whole spiral that I go down, and then I go, fuck it, dude. I don't give a shit about you or any of your friends or any of the things you wanted me to see. Fuck you. I'm trying to stay away from you. That's why you have to pay me to be a part of anything I do. It's not because I'm your friend. I'm not in your part of your commune. Right. So it triggers me in that sense, and I spiral out. But this is not normal, Dave. This is just spiraling, Dave. Now, normally,
God, what a sales pitch for Theory Underground.
Yeah. No, you're paying for access to the cool people.
Hey, customer, fuck you.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, that's the person saying that, like,
why do you think I'm here?
Recently. for this exactly this, yes. So the other thing in here is any recommendations, pop culture homework, movies, and books. So I already showed introductions. Okay. So I just asked if anyone's got any recommendations. Okay. That's different than just making a post on the sort of wall of the group, right? Where you might want to put a quote or whatever. No, instead we've got, like, okay, if you want other people to add on over time, this is where you want to do that. And so I fucked up. Now there's a bunch of code here. Don't worry about it. Just read the very beginning. Whenever there's a bunch of code, you just have to look over it and just kind of skip on. These kinds of problems will not be fixed until I have actual programmers paid by Theory Underground. Right now, there's not actual programmers. I'm just paying for a plugin. The plugin, this is the best that the internet can give me if my name is not Mark Zuckerberg. So we've got all these people who suggested movies. I came back in here and said that so far, the ones Mikey's recommended me, out of the ones he's recommended me, I've watched Terminator 1, Looper, and Transcendence. I rewatched Looper the same week. It was so fucking good.
This morning.
Dude, yeah. You did?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, and I saw it again with Anne, so I think she's listening to us while she's working at Amazon as we speak. So shout out to Anne and Looper. Looks like Christopher Putnam has said Mission Impossible. It has some landing themes. Amanda, who's sadly not able to be here, Mandy, she's the one we met. We met her in Kansas City. She said she shared a book and said it's kind of psycho. And Mikey, you recognize this book? I actually looked it up and downloaded it.
Yeah, I it's sitting. Hold on.
What's the title?
So yeah, it's right here.
Hard to see from here. What's it
called?
Got
my copy. So let me tell you, just so I got to connect a couple dots here. James Ellis, I mentioned him earlier. He's the guy who does the Hermetics YouTube channel, who's done a lot of good stuff on land. He basically is a Landian. And I mean, he's interviewed Todd McGowan. He's interviewed a bunch of people. But Land was one of them. And so this is James's book on basically how Land's philosophy has impacted him and how he thinks and everything. And it looks really interesting. I haven't had a chance to read much of it yet, but I know James has a really solid understanding of Land. And so, yeah, and I've heard that what he writes. So there's this word that Land's always you're going to see crop up all the time, zero. And trying to understand exactly what Land is doing with zero is difficult. And I've heard that James, what he has some good stuff on.
Nice.
Zero. So yeah, I'm looking forward to reading it, but haven't had a chance yet.
Nice. So Mandy recommended that text and said that.
Hi, Mandy. Wish you were here.
Yeah, we wish you were here, Mandy. Also shared some jungle music adjacent or jungle adjacent music.
Yeah.
Mandy said, I wish I had a related movie or something in mind. God, I don't know. Great question. It's nuts because I didn't know about those guys, yet I was totally into Jungle. And also I was obsessed with the movie Apocalypse Now, and they were too. I was not exactly their age, but I was there for the entire rave scene. LOL. I was a teenager in the 90s. So it's nuts to learn about the CCRU crew now. And I was reading all of those magazines in 21st century computer and rave culture media, but just in the USA. And then she says, I made a lemur party dance mix on a YouTube playlist. It's good. It's pre-jungle from Mandy. And then says, I was a crazy, insane junglist. This is so wild for me. I didn't know about Mark Fisher until a few years ago. It's really hard to imagine the rave scene or even to describe the feeling of being in that culture. Just wow. So the reason I wanted to read this is because not only is Mandy not here, but if Mandy was here physically in the Zoom call in this present moment, that wouldn't mean that Mandy's all here, right? Like just because I see you guys doesn't mean that you're all here. You know, you could be distracted. You could be thinking about other things. And there's also just like misrecognition, fundamental misrecognition at the end of the day. But most importantly, and this is beyond the fact of misrecognition, how that's never going to go away. There is like getting to know a person's voice and intellectual project. Okay. So you could be in this call with us all live right now, but if you've not read me, Mikey, Sean, Nance, Anne, or Philip in the Underground Theory volume, you don't really have a sense for what we're doing, and you're not going to get that off the forum. You're just not. Now, the elements of that can still come through on the forum, right? But it's not kind of the same. It's not imbued with the same sort of symbolic import. And so I just wanted to say, like, a person who's not live with us right now, but is watching this on their own, like Brian, who is in this course, and he's going to be watching these on his own, so shout out, is not less with us. Because if we've read him in the Underground Theory volume, and he's read us, he's more with us than the person who's present in the call. And Mandy met several of us in Kansas City when we were on tour just like a month ago, and we were with Mikey. Yeah. Okay. Like she came and hung out and had barbecue with us afterwards. It's a different level now, right? It's a different level. So I wanted to go ahead and read her stuff because also it's entertaining, it's thoughtful, it's fun. And this halftime that we just did here, before we switch back into lecture mode, it's just like the slightest little taste of what's going to be going on during office hours. Okay. The idea of office hours is that it's forum review plus anything you've got on the week's reading, bring it. Let's talk about it. All right. But you will always be sidelined if you show up just wanting to talk. And we've got a bunch of good shit on the forums that we want to be reading. So the best way to get into office hours, yeah, be present. That's a great way to kind of interject and maybe say something sometimes. But the main thing is through the forum. And so there will be office hours going out every week. If you have an account on this website, then you get emails. They might go to your spam, but you get emails with the hub schedule. And the hub schedule will have multiple times per week, every week, for you to be able to come during office hours that week. And if you're taking this course or any past course, you can come to office hours. So you could be doing Division 1 of Being in Time, Chapter 2, and come to office hours with a question about Chapter 2. Or if you actually filled out like a reading reflection and posted that to the forum, and it's something that we want to talk about, then we're going to read it over the Zoom call. And if you're there in person and you want to read it aloud in your own voice, you'll be welcome to do so. But yeah, we kind of let the people who are participating at the level of the forum talk more, because otherwise we get these people who kind of bounce in off of some random part of the internet, usually Instagram. They talk a lot. They don't ask questions. They do these run-on things where they just go and go and go and go and go. And we don't have the space for real conversation here. This is just not the space. So instead, I and a couple others of us will take turns kind of highlighting good shit from the forum. And then our highlighting of it and response on it, to it, riffing off of it, all of that will get put back into the forum. And so the forum becomes the place where we're really at, even when it's dead, especially when it's dead. It's always being watched. Just most things don't merit like so what? We're not going to write books in response. We're not going to write essays in response. And we don't want to just be disrespectful by saying, huh, interesting, or ha, 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 LOL. Like, you know what I mean? So a lot of times it's crickets. Don't take that as some kind of a diss or something. In a lot of cases, it's not. And so they go ahead and just click the little Timenergy button. If you do read somebody else's thing, though, it at least shows somebody, oh, I looked at it. But guess what, folks? That doesn't count for the people on the app. The people on the app don't have that little button. That's just people who are doing it from their desktop. This is just another problem with not having paid programmers. Otherwise, I would have that continuity between the desktop browser version and the app. But with all that said, let's bring it back around to Mikey here. So, Thanks for your patience. A lot of people will never use the forum, but it's really there for the people who will. And that's what we're here for. And that's what I ultimately built this little castle for. Let's go.
Okay. So just to kind of piggyback off of Mandy's post here, I wanted to give you guys this. So you guys, the next couple of weeks or whatever, you have these as references. So Dave, I'm going to post this and then you can send it. There's 3 artists that are fundamentally connected to the CCRU. Two of them are members, or well, 3 of them were members. So in the 90s, when Land and Sadie Plant were running the show in the philosophy department at Warwick University, as they started to experiment with philosophy conferences, like the Virtual Futures Conference, they wanted conferences to be fun and exciting and not the typical boring philosophy conference situation. So they'd have jungle music playing, Land would lay on the ground and croak into a microphone, crazy shit. And so like the famous story, I think Robin McKay tells it in I think it's the preface to Thing Numina that he wrote. He says something like, one of the old Marxists stood up and while Land was croaking into the microphone and screamed, "Some of us are still Marxists, you know," and stormed out of there. And but basically they were like techno rave concerts where people would also do philosophy readings. And so this group called Orphan Drift is a group that the CCRU collaborated with. And it was a collective of musicians that made up Orphan Drift. But they would take Nick's writings in particular, and they would read them, and then they modify the voices, and they put them on jungle beats and add audio visuals to it, and they make it a whole audio visual essay thing. And a lot of this stuff is on YouTube. So if you search Orphan Drift, you'll get their artistic version of Meltdown and some of these other things. And so you guys should definitely go to YouTube, check out Orphan Drift. And okay, so they were Orphan Drift was always closely associated with CCRU, but I don't think they were ever official members. They did Orphan Drift put out a collection called Cyber Positive, which had a lot of the CCRU writings in it. And but within the CCRU itself, there were artists. And on the one hand, you had Code 9, whose real name is Steve Goodman, but it's KODE 9. So you can go and you'll find Code 9 stuff. And then there were 2 brothers, Chapman brothers, Jake and Dinos Chapman, and their artwork is it's very interesting to check out, to say the least. So basically, Orphan Drift, Code 9, and the Chapman brothers. These are all the CCRU related artists that you should check out when you have a chance. And you'll get the vibe of CCRU more from seeing the artworks and listening to the music than maybe even reading some of the stuff. So it's worth your time. Okay. So Dave, hold on.
I'm looking at some of these Jake and Dinos.
Yeah,
it's
it's
weird
all
shit,
crazy.
dude.
Like they'll have statues or whatever of like a little boy, but instead of a nose, he has a penis. And the point of it is, it's getting at the whole body modification thing that Nick's always talking about, and that type of image is supposed to, excuse me, disturb us just on the thought of how much we could in the future modify ourselves, right? Like, yeah, I mean, because Land's always talking about think, face, tentacles. Like we're gonna modify ourselves into looking like Cthulhu. But
no, I like the all the Ronald McDonald's hanging on these crucifixes, but I don't like this boy with that boner nose, because little children should not have boner noses and O mouths. That's a little disconcerting, but well, okay. So anyway,
there, okay.
Just to check though, for the notes, orphan drift or drip?
Drift, D-R-I-F-T. Did I? Yeah. Okay. All right. So Deleuze and Guattari. So for a long time, Dave has waited for me to write a blog post where I explain their basic ideas, because the ongoing thing with Dave and I is that nobody's done for D&G what Hubert Dreyfus did for Heidegger, what Todd McGowan does for Lacan, and I think Žižek, right? So D&G never got their person who can take these concepts and really make them concrete and intelligible. And so I think most of you know I'm some kind of Lacanian Žižekian, but Dave's like, it's gonna fucking take you to do you're gonna have to do it, because we're not gonna get a Deleuze or Guattarian to do it. But I guess you guys are gonna get the little proto Mikey introduction to D&G's concepts here before anybody else does. So first things first, I mean, these guys, they could just pour out new terms, and like trying to run through every single bit of Deleuze-Guattarian terminology is impossible. So I got to limit myself to the key ideas of Deleuze and Guattari. But this stuff is essential, especially for next week when you guys get into stuff like Meltdown and Machinic Desire and Circuitries and all those great essays from that period, because D&G are at the heart of it. And so the task is trying to make the body without organs, in particular, intelligible. But I think this is going to go more smoothly than it would in other circumstances, right? So, yeah, there's my narcissistic pat on my back. I think I can explain this shit for you guys in a way that makes it click. Okay, so let's start off. So the whole thing is with Deleuze and D&G. I mean, there's other important books they wrote, but the big four in this situation are Difference in Repetition, Logic of Sense, Anti-Oedipus, and 1,000 Plateaus. Now, the main thing I'm going to do here is connect Difference in Repetition to Anti-Oedipus. I think this is the easiest way. And then, you want to go Terry with Logic of Sense and Anti-Oedipus or 1,000 Plateaus. That's great. But this is primarily about Land's reading of D&G. And Land is absolutely going to privilege Anti-Oedipus basically over everything else. But it's important to know some of the stuff from Difference in Repetition in order to understand the metaphysics that's undergirding the theory of Anti-Oedipus. And so that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm trying to give you the key aspects of Land's D&G, as opposed, I mean, we could talk about Brian Masumi, and we could talk about Brent Atkins, and we could talk about Manuel Delanda, all these other famous Deleuzians.
And these are people that we owe a big debt to, and me secondhand through you, but I have read some Brent Atkins, and he does.
He's good, yeah.
And I think that, to be fair, like when we say no one's done for D&G what say David Harvey's done for Capital or what Dreyfus did for Being in Time. That's to say, like, teaching the same difficult tome year after year after year after year after year, and then putting that shit out on the internet. That's what they did. And so Brent Atkins or any of these other secondary kind of like authors could be doing that, and they're the next great professor and we don't even know it yet. So we're working within the realm of like what we have access to, which is kind of the internet. It's YouTube. If it's not on YouTube, we don't know about it.
Which is, on the internet, you get a bunch of Deleuze Guattarians running the terminological circuit of just line of flight, body without organs, sedimentation, blah, 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 apparatus of capture, line of flight, blah, and they just use all the other terms to define the one term, and you never feel like the shit clicks. Okay. So to start off, let's talk about Deleuze's metaphysics of immanence. Now, what Deleuze essentially did, and I think I was saying this to Cadell on his channel when we were interviewed, but here's the rundown. What Deleuze's metaphysics boils down to in Difference and Repetition is it is a metaphysics of science, so to speak. So basically what he's trying to do is give a metaphysical theory of how physical objects, especially new physical objects, emerge into reality, right? So he's going to try to define what the process of individuation is, how a new individual thing, whether it's a tree, whatever, emerges into the world. So it's a process. It's a theory of process, a theory of becoming. And it's immanent because Deleuze thinks there's a fundamental distinction that's always operated within philosophy that has made it impossible to understand how new things, new singularities emerge. That distinction is the distinction between possibility and actuality. Now, here's the problem. We all know that possible things end up becoming actual. That's all great. We know it on some gut level, how it works. We don't know how it works theoretically or philosophically. And so the point is, if possibilities are not actual, how is it possibilities get drugged, kicking and screaming, so to speak, into actual? What's the process, right? What makes possible things turn actual, right? And throughout the whole philosophical tradition, philosophers have just thought in terms of possibility and actuality and take it for granted that possible becomes actual without giving a metaphysical basis for this transformation. So long story short, Deleuze figures out that there's, how earlier we were talking Kantian schema, there has to be a third thing. All right, well, this third thing for Deleuze is intensity, right? So what his metaphysics of immanence is going to do is say, all right, there's always seemed to be like a metaphysical or ontological line or gap between possibility and actuality, which is to say, actuality is what's real. Possibilities are not real, unreal, right? And so what happens though, if one, I figure out what the go-between is, and two, I reconceptualize the possible as the virtual or the potential, which is to say, it's not that possibilities are not real and actualities are real. What if virtual potentials, intensities, and actualities are all real, all present in the immanent one reality, but in different modes, right? So this is the kind of Spinoza's influence, where Spinoza thinks there's one substance, but that substance is comprised of both mind and body. So where Descartes thinks there's mind and bodies, they're radically separate, that's it. Spinoza says, no, there's one underlying substance, and bodies and minds are expressions of that one substance, right? And so Deleuze is going to do this similar Spinoza's maneuver, but he's going to do it, I think, in a far more fundamental, scientifically rigorous way. So virtual singularities. I'm going to use the two examples. My friend Brendan Holt, who he was one of my friends when I first got into doing philosophy online, he came up with a couple of great examples of this when we were reading Deleuze. And so these are my Brendan examples. So Brendan figured out, he's like, okay, let's try to figure out a good example of the virtual being pulled through intensity into actuality. Okay. So here's what we've got. Imagine you're standing in front of a big piece of glass and you happen to be holding a big rock in your hand. If you throw that rock with a specific amount of force, intensity, and it hits a specific part of the window, a crack pattern is going to emerge in that window. Now, from the Deleuzian perspective, that crack pattern was already real. It was already there as a potential, right? And it's the intensity, the force of the rock acting on the actuality of the window that pulls the virtual potential out into reality. And basically, there's a whole multiplicity of these singularities, right? So the singular crack pattern that emerges, that's completely contingent and relative to the position where the rock hits it, how much force is in the rock. All of these intensive dynamics are essential to the virtual being pulled into actuality. So you can imagine, right? Like all of those various there's like a multiplicity of singularities within the glass. There's like an infinite, connection, an infinite web of potential crack patterns that could emerge in that glass, right? This is one of my favorite examples of it. Popcorn kernels, right? If you got a bag of popcorn, you're having a movie night and want to pop popcorn, what you're doing is you take the popcorn kernels and putting them in the microwave. That's the intensive field, right? It's through the intensity of the heat that you're going to pull the potential popcorn out of the kernel, transform it into popcorn. Now, think about it, like, look around your room, look around the space. Do you know what would happen to everything around you if the temperature went up, like we were talking about, 1,000 degrees, 5,000 degrees? The whole field of actual things that you're around is based on the sweet spot it's in within in a field of intensities, right? The whole reason the Earth can bring forth life is its relative position towards the sun. If we're too close, everything burns up. If we're too far, everything freezes. And so it's the sweet spot in intensity that enables certain things to materialize, to actualize. And this is so fundamental to doing philosophy, of thinking about actual things. And yet, going back to Plato and Aristotle, philosophers just missed this essential role of intensities, whether it's temperature, whether it's pressure, whether it's the rate of flow, various rates. All of these intensities that make up reality are absolutely essential to physical things, actual things. And so this is this threefold distinction Deleuze is going to use in his metaphysics, between the virtual, the intensive, and the actual. And I mean, you see it like you get a glimpse of this. It's almost like a Kantian sublime. But if you watch footage of tornadoes taking hold, you know that there's all the intensities of the wind and there's pressure systems and all this kind of stuff a meteorologist could tell you about. But with the formation of a funnel cloud, you're seeing intensities actualize the funnel cloud. You're seeing it come into actuality. And I think this is one of these sublime moments of Deleuzian becoming, of a singularity, a virtual singularity getting pulled through intensity into being an actual singularity, right? And singularity here, we're not using this in the Landian sense of like the techno-capital singularity. We're talking about the emergence of a concrete individual thing, right? Singular in that sense. Okay, so the point though, and this is a key development here, right? So Deleuze is going to talk about transcendental empiricism. So Kant's philosophy is transcendental idealism, and we know why, because the very conditions of experience are imposed on raw sense data via our cognitive apparatus, right? So the transcendental conditions of experience are in our mind, and we all intersubjectively or collectively share these same structures. Okay. But what Deleuze is going to do, and this is a genius maneuver, he's going to go, yeah, but the very conditions of possibility of your mental apparatus are fields of intensity. like the outside, the empirical world of intensity actually is the transcendental condition of experience, right? Because our sensorium, our sensory apparatus, our eyes, our ears, our brains, again, if we get too close to the sun, none of this works. If we get too far away from the sun, none of it works. So experience is conditioned by these things, these forces outside of us. And so the conditions of possible experience are actually in the empirical field for Deleuze, more so than in our mind. I don't know if he would deny that. I mean, I think he would say, yeah, our minds do a kind of, they're organizational or synthetic, fine. But it doesn't change the fact that this type of ideal activity is conditioned on being in the organic sweet spot of intensity in the universe. And so this is this Deleuzian reversal. And Land, of course, is going to love this. This is so in line with transcendental materialism, because you're saying that these exterior forces are more fundamental than our mental rationality, our mental functioning, right? So you got to realize D&G, they're going to take this ontology that Deleuze has developed of virtuality, intensity, actuality, or what he also calls extensity, extension, right? Extended things, actual things. And they're going to start to think in terms of desire. And this is where we get to anti-Oedipus. They're going to take this metaphysics of becoming and apply it to desire, and also apply the concept of desire to it. So we're going to start talking about machinic desire, because anti-Oedipus is essentially an ontology or metaphysics of machines. Now, we don't mean technological machines. Basically, when they're taking machine and they're turning it into like an ontological principle. So our mouths are machines. So biological things are machines. I think they would take it as far as atoms have a machinic quality. I think they take it all the way down to the fundamental aspects of reality. And I think they would connect it on the higher level of cosmology, the solar systems, etc. Yeah, Dave.
Doesn't DeLanda call them apparatuses or something like assemblages? He calls them assemblages.
Yeah. Right? Well, and so there's a whole thing, right? So
is it the same thing or is it different?
I've seen Deleuze Guattarians argue over this, actually, where sometimes they act like assemblages are something new, and then other times I see them kind of use machines and assemblages interchangeably. And so I'm not exactly sure. Here's what I do know. All the talk of machines is an anti-Oedipus. That basically drops out in 1,000 Plateaus, and that's where they kick into talking about assemblages. I don't know if they prefer the word or if there's but it seems like they'll talk about the assemblage of, what is it? It's the man, horse, sword assemblage, I think, right? So like in battle, like a certain force, a certain violent warrior capacity is produced through the assemblage or the machinic connections between horse, man, and sword, right? That connection of machines or that assemblage, it makes certain possibilities possible. Like you can actualize virtualities through that connection, right? I don't know if they want to draw a sharp distinction between machines or assemblages, but they're thinking in these terms along these pathways.
Okay.
So here's the thing, right? This whole process that Deleuze is talking about in difference and repetition, and I'm not going to unpack all this because that would be a whole lecture, but he ultimately calls this process of the actualization of a singular potential. He calls it into drama, into differentiation. And hold on, let me see where, just so you guys can see the term. I not have it here. So here's, I think it's C. Here's how he spells it. The enda is individualization, right? Drama is this other aspect of it, like you're dramatizing this whole process. And then there's differentiation with a C and differentiation with a T. Differentiation with a C is what applies to virtuality. With a T, it's actuality. So the word, he spells it INDI hyphen DRAMA hyphen DIFFERENCIATION. I think that's differentiation, something like that. Okay.
I am having trouble following. Yeah.
All right, hold on. Look, yes, I shouldn't even try. Let me just fucking send it to you.
Sick. But yeah, thanks for the reminder on differentiation versus differentiation.
Differentiation.
It was very, very sexy at the time for French intellectuals to use a word that sounded exactly the same for two different things. Like Deleuze did this with différance. He didn't say différance different than how he says different. So when he first presented that, he kept using the exact same word, even though he was talking about this one word différance and this other word difference. They're spelled different, but they sound the same. That was part of his point. Like there was a sort of meta thing he was doing, and it fucked with people. But anyway, differentiation is one of those things
Here
too.
we go. Yeah. I usually have to go look it up to spell it whenever I use it in a fucking article or something. Here. So this is the term. Like maybe the worst fucking
drama differentiation. So
it's a T/C. Okay, here's the point though.
If you do differentiation with the T and the C, are you saying both the extensive and the virtual?
Yeah, that's what differentiation with a C. Which one's first? Hold on, god damn it.
The T is first.
The T's first. Okay, then that's going to be, I think that's the virtual side, and then the one with the C is the actual side. But that's the point. He uses differentiation on the level of the virtual and at the level of the actual. So what he's trying to do is concoct a theory of how this whole process of becoming unfolds. Okay. In Anti-Oedipus, this whole process is going to be talking about they're going to talk about in terms of like machinic desire. So this pulse, this impulse, you could say that the universe or nature has to make things. And let's be honest, the universe fucking makes things, new things, planets, all the species. Like, I think it's funny. We forget we didn't make all this shit. Like this shit was here long before us. And so this is this whole question. And Heidegger, in his own way, this is what he's talking about with the es gibt. It gives, being gives. This is this productive dimension of being for Heidegger, where it's like, no, the very process of things being actualized in space and time, that's being. This goes beyond being as this background familiarity with objects that he talked about early on, into the very, it's physis. It's the productive dimension of nature, that the universe makes new things. And that is what Deleuze is tapped into. And he's going to keep rethinking it in different ways. But here, in difference in repetition, it's into drama differentiation. In Anti-Oedipus, we're going to talk about machines or machinic desire. And we're going to talk about it in terms of desiring production, right? The forging of machines through this process, this desiring process, making new connections between things. Okay. All right, hold on. Okay. So this whole process of how nature forges new connections by connecting parts of things to other parts of other things, this is what a machine is for D&G. It's part of one thing forging a connection to a part of another thing. So on the level of desire, the mouth connects to the breast, like when the child's breastfeeding, right? But when you start to think about human sexuality, a lot, it's parts connecting to other parts, right? And this is why even in psychoanalysis we talk about partial drives, because I mean, for D&G at least, like our bodies, we can never form whole connections. Your body can't connect to the entire body. It's always parts connecting to parts. And so this is why sexuality is machinic here, right? Is because it involves parts connecting to parts. It sounds funny, but this is the hardware basically of the production of the new for them. And so, but again, this goes beyond even human desire in a parochial sense, right? This is ontology of all things, right? And so this whole process is referred to as machinic desire or the machinic unconscious, right? So you're going to see this term machinic unconscious get brought up all the time in Deleuze-Guattarian circles, but because they don't bother to explain it or unpack it, you're going to be sitting there going like, how are they modifying the Freudian unconscious? Because when you hear unconscious, you think Freud or you think Lacan, which is this very cunning, sophisticated semiotic thing, right? It has to do with language and slips of the tongues and dreams and displacements and all of these kind of semiotic acrobatics that Freud and Lacan attribute to the unconscious. But that is okay. And look, even Lacan might talk about the unconscious, this type of unconscious, the semiotic thing, as impersonal. But from Deleuze and Guattari's perspective, even what Lacan and Freud are talking about is a personal unconscious compared to what they're going to talk about, which is truly this impersonal force of creative nature, right? That is the machinic unconscious. We're not aware of these flows, these energies at work in nature. And basically our sense of conscious subjectivity is an epiphenomenal byproduct of all of this machinic becoming that D&G are going to talk about. And so they're going to talk about these different syntheses of desire and of experience, right? And the third one, the one of I believe it's conjunction, I think. Basically, the point is the third synthesis is this last thing, like, oh, I'm enjoying myself, right? But the point for them is, no, your body and this whole forceful process of desiring production, they're running the show here, and you're an afterthought. In a sense, you're an epiphenomenal byproduct, like I said. And this is their critique of subjectivity, that the true motor of desire is this impersonal force itself, not your conscious egoic intentions or even what you register as what you want or what you wish or what you desire. Okay, but we're going to come back to machinic desire / machinic unconscious in a second. Now let's talk about some of these key terms: territorialization, deterritorialization, reterritorialization. Okay, simply put, we're really talking about something being territorialized. Now, think about it like this. We can use Heidegger's example of equipmental totalities, systems of equipment, right? Tools. So hammers have a very specific function. We know, first off, you keep hammers in, the work shed or out in the garage, like they have a place they belong. So they're territorialized in the physical sense of where they belong in space, right? They also are territorialized within a whole system of references. Hammers are connected spatially in this system of references to nails, to boards, right? They have a certain territorialized relationship to other equipment. Hammers don't have much to do with stereo systems, right? Like, I mean, sure, maybe you use a hammer to try to fix your stereo in some weird, but typically we know where hammers belong, right? This is why they're territorialized, right? Now, I'll give you a little example of deterritorialization. You can take a hammer, and if your back is itchy, you can scratch your back with the hammer, right? In a sense, you're deterritorializing it. You're taking it out of its proper place or its proper function and giving it a new material function, right? You're repurposing it, you're resituating it, you're recontextualizing it to perform a different function, right? And that's the whole thing, is that while the hammer has a specific function for us, nail hammers, right? It can be used for various other things. We can deterritorialize it. Now, a great example of deterritorialization from like one region of society or human activity to another is Marcel Duchamp's deterritorialization of the urinal from a public bathroom, so to speak, to being an artwork in a museum, right? If you take it out of okay, so he just took a urinal. This was his artwork, the fountain, right? For fountain, he took a commonplace urinal, takes it out of public restroom, and puts it up as an art piece in an art exhibition, right, at a museum. He deterritorializes it, and he takes it from being a piece of instrumental equipment into being a work of art, simply by changing the space, simply by deterritorializing it, right? And so this is this great instance of just thinking about how you can modify something simply by where you put it, like where you place it, right? Now, this whole process, though, is if you want something to undergo a becoming, you deterritorialize it. You put it in a new space, a new relation to other things, etc., right? But so territorialization would involve stasis, consistency, stable identity, right? Deterritorialization is going to free it from its identity. It's going to undergo a becoming. It's going to be something new. Its identity is going to be modified. But if you reterritorialize it, then you're going to produce a new identity, a new sense of stability, a new sense of essence to it, right? But the point is, we're defying essentialism here precisely because we're showing how it's kind of makeshift. Like you can change it by simply rearranging things, taking a thing and having it exist in new connections, in new environments. Okay. Another example of this, and this is maybe my favorite example of deterritorialization, the weapons that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles use: the katana, the bow staff, the nunchucks, and the sais, right? Do you know that in feudal Japan, Okinawa, these were originally farm tools? All of them. They used them in farming procedures, right? But they ended up being deterritorialized into self-defense weaponry. And you think about all of the skills that come along with the nunchucks and the sais, and right, it's amazing, but it's as simple as shifting it from, I use these to, the nunchucks, I don't know, they use them on the threshing floor or something, I think. Use it from that to going, no, I can use them to self-defense, right? And it's this shift, right? And so in one way, they're physically the same object, but they undergo a profound becoming simply through reterritorializing them. Now, this whole process, territorialization, deterritorialization, reterritorialization, it's usually, most of the time accompanied by a complementary process: coding, decoding, recoding, right? But why D&G opt for these distinctions between territorialization and coding is because we're getting at two different things. So I think territorialization has to do with the material location or material spatiality of an object, its material relationships to other things, whereas decoding is what's going on at the level of the symbolic order of language, of its position in our symbolic understanding, right? So when to turn the nunchucks into farm equipment, into being a weapon, you also assign them different meanings at the symbolic level, right? At the conceptual level. And so think about it. Before, if somebody was walking around with nunchucks and they simply were defined in the symbolic order as farm equipment, that's fine. But if they become weaponry, then they can be legislated. It's illegal to carry those. You can't have those, blah, 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 right? Because their coding has changed. Their very place within our sense of our world of intelligibility now has been modified. And so you can take coding, which is a kind of like conceptual identity. You can decode it. You can change the concept of the thing, the identity of the thing at the symbolic level, and then you can recode it. You can think of it in new terms. So coding and deterritorialization are different. One's material. I think the other one's primarily semiotic, but they often overlap and are interconnected, right? And so these fundamental concepts here are essential to how we register or understand becoming, especially for D&G. So this whole thing with machinic desire and anti-Oedipus, it also has these other these other concepts built into it. So desiring production, right? They're going to talk about this a lot in the first chapter. Desiring production is their way of getting outside of the typical way of thinking about desire that they think starts with Plato and goes all the way down to Lacan, which is thinking about desire as a lack. I desire because there's something I'm missing, something I've lost, something I don't have. And they think that this is essentially basically a dogmatic image of desire, because what desire primarily isn't the desire of a lacking subject. It's this flow, this energetic unconscious, this machinic unconscious, this will of creativity, right? That we see in Schopenhauer and Nietzsche and all this, and they're just doing their machinic version of it in a way. And so they are totally going to reject Lacan. They're going to totally reject Plato. But I mean, so much of this is Lacan, right? They're going to reject this image of the desire as lack because they don't think desire is actually, okay, if you make desire as lack, you're going to make desire pass oriented, because you're going to say, oh, there's something back there. I try to find substitutes for it, but I suffer because nothing fills the void. I don't have the thing, das Ding, thing with a capital T, whatever the thing is for you, whatever. So there's this overarching sense of lack, and D&G are like, that's not what's primary, right? Desire is ultimately future oriented. It wants the new. It's not hung up on the past. It wants fresh connections. It wants to become, it wants to experiment. And we force it into this desire as lack thing through prohibition, through law, through Oedipalization. And they think we force desire into this modified form, this neurotic form, through all of the prohibitions and Oedipalizations that we impose on it, right? But they ultimately think that even though we put these restraints on it, it's still operating beneath the surface. It's just stifled, right? It's repressed, but it still is operative in our creativity, so on and so forth. So desiring production is this overarching process, but it's made out of hardware, and the hardware are the desiring machines, which are, as they would call it, these binary couplings of flows and partial objects. Okay, so the point is, there's like a break machine and a flow machine, and they talk about it all. But the point of the matter is, for them, like, you get enjoyment from, if your mouth connects to a Coke can, but it's the flow of Coke, right, that you get the enjoyment from, or a bottle of water. And it's this whole thing of how we, the garden hose on a thirst, when you're out in the summer heat, your mouth connects to the hose, you're siphoning off a portion of the flow, right? This is what a connecting desiring machine is for them, right? It's one part siphoning off a flow of another part for whatever purpose, and it ultimately results in enjoyment. And so you also see that for Lacan, Žižek, Todd McGowan, enjoyment's always in us not getting what we want. But notice the difference here. For them, it is in the attainment of the flow. They think enjoyment is getting what you want. So it's just these profound conceptual differences between the camps. But ultimately, they think of machines as these couplings of these machines connecting to each other, and one of them siphoning off the flow. And flow is another technical term. The flows are any kind of flows. In fact, there's a quote here. Where is it? Did I not save it? Damn it, I did. I found a good quote on this and then I didn't save it. Wait. No, I didn't. Second. All right, anyway, but look, they'll talk about flows. Every type of flow you can think. Flows of semen, flows of menstrual blood, flows of shit, flows of commodities. When you think about flow, like distribution networks are just flows of products, and and so they're viewing all of these flows as flows of energy, flows of enjoyment, and different things are going to siphon off portions of them. This is machinic couplings for them, binary machines for them. So, okay, the question is, we got desiring machines. It's parts of bodies connecting to other parts of bodies. Here's the big, what the fuck is the body without organs, right? Okay, here's like, spoiler alert, this isn't nearly as complicated as every Deleuze Guattarian makes it. The body without organs it works like this. Look, when it's body without organs, what they're really getting at is bodies without organization. So if you get in certain patterned, habitual habits with your desiring machines, you eat the same type of foods, you go to the same type of places, you experience the same type of shit. There's a certain sedimentation in how you connect to the world, right? You repeat there's certain flows that you always tap into, whatever, certain types of movies, your eyes connect to them, right? Point is, you're territorialized with your desiring machines. There's a certain, now in Lacanians, we call this the circuit of the drives, right? Which is to say, there's just a habitual patterned circuit or territory that your body exists within, and various parts of your body get hooked on certain things, and you stay within that basic arrangement, right? But something in you is always pulling you away from your territorialization, from your specific arrangement or situatedness, right? Materially speaking. The thing that's pulling you away to the new, to deterritorialize, to make new connections, is the body without organs, which is to say, it's this part of you that is this impulse, this push, right? To become new, to try new things, to break off from old codes and old territories and experience something new. And so because of this, because it's trying to basically destroy your identity, you can see how this is kind of linked to death drive, right? It's undermining your stable sense of self right here for something else. And so at the same time, though, they don't really attribute will or intention to the body without organs. It's more of just these two tendencies in reality as such. Look, in the universe, things break down, but things also get assembled. And as simplistic as that sounds, we see that the universe is geared towards stasis, but it's also geared towards change. And they think that this process, again, what Heidegger would call phusis, this production of entities, right, involves both production and anti-production, creativity and destruction, right? And this side that's geared towards destruction, liberation of your current stasis, all of that. So in simple terms, the body without organs, or the body without organization, is that virtual reservoir within us where our body could do all kinds of things. And so in a weird sense, in a way, when Dave and I, but Dave in particular, is championing time energy, right? And all of the things that we could learn to do, all the skills we could develop, what time energy enables us to do is tap into the body without organs, to tap into all of the virtual potentials in our bodies. You could maybe be this great violinist if only you had time energy, but time energy is limited. So you can't tap into this potential to become a violinist, right? But that could be a virtual potential in you that if you had time energy, you could pull out from, so to speak, the body without organs, and it would provide a new organization for you in your life, right? And so all these virtual potentials of our bodies, I mean, Spinoza famously said, we still don't know what a body can do. Why? Because the body is not just its physical structure. It's all of these ways that these physical structures and parts can be reconfigured, reterritorialized, and perform all kinds of new potentials, actualize new potentials. Now, for land, he thinks that what capital does and technological development does is tap into the body without organs, the virtual reservoir in us, and all kinds of things can become actualizable through technological innovations. So increases in our eyesight, increases in our intelligence, increases in our bone density, increases in our strength, right? the idea is that a super intelligence, let's not think of it as Lovecraftian here just for the sake of, right? The point is it could hack our DNA. It could understand our bone structure, our organic structure in such a way that can enable it to stretch and modify, and we could become God knows what, right? Based on the fact that we do not have a clue what type of potentialities are lurking within us as the body without organs, as the virtual reservoir of our materialist potentials, right? And that's essentially what the body without organs is. It's this virtual reservoir of potential in us that under certain circumstances, and so in 1,000 Plateaus, they're going to really come to think in terms of the body without organs more. And so like they'll talk about like sadomasochistic practices where a person is tied up and right, and say they're whipped, right? What that does is it enables you to experience intensities that you normally wouldn't. And those intensities can make you undergo changes in your life. And that's why schizoanalysis, this is their term that they oppose to psychoanalysis. Schizoanalysis is all about getting humans to experience new things, to experiment, right? And experimentation is essentially ways of tapping into the body without organs, your virtual potential, which could push you to free yourself from your various territorializations, your current habits, patterns, sense of self, etc., and become something new, right? And so for them, they align desiring production with schizophrenia, because schizophrenia for them is not what we typically refer to. It is this free play of desire that wants to constantly deterritorialize, constantly decode, play with all of this stuff, experiment with the new, and not be caught up on certain identities, certain patterns, etc. And they think they catch glimpses of it in actual schizophrenics. But they're not advocating like, oh, let's all be literal schizophrenics. That's not it. They're advocating the liberation of desiring production, which is experimental, creative desiring of the new, right? Tapping into potentials. So this is the thing though. Yeah. So with body without organs, we got to think in terms of potentiality, our virtual reservoir potentials within us. And the point is though, they also talk about you can make yourself a body without organs, which is to say, it's not like I walk around with all of these potentials in me just intrinsically. Like part of it is just like there's something situational based on, like, we go back to the window example with the crack pattern. It is like if the temperatures outside is different, then the rock, even if the rock hits it with the same force, you're going to get a different crack pattern, because whether the window was 30 degrees or 110 degrees, like all of these variables, and that's what I'm getting at. Variables matter to the construction of a body without organs. And so it is based on, so even if you're typically in one environment, part of becoming a body without organs or tapping into your potential is putting yourself in a different environment, right? So for example, if you're not a swimmer and you've never been a swimmer, getting into a body of water is essential to you tapping into your body without organs to become a swimmer, right? So all of this is at work when we're thinking about machinic desire, when we're thinking about desiring production, when we're thinking about the body without organs, right? And so, okay, like a line of flight, right? What's a line of flight?
Before we get into the line of flight, since Anne's still here while she's working, I just wanted to say they get the term body without organs from somebody that you've read and that you like Anne's into Artaud, and they get the concept of the body without organs from Artaud, who's like a theater theorist, basically. He does the theory, I think it's the theater of horror or something like that. Basically, really experimental shit. And the body without organs as a term is something Artaud uses, but the way it gets employed by D&G, it's like it is their own thing.
Yeah. And it is. I think a lot of times this term is, I don't know which one's more obfuscated in online theory circles. I don't know if it's objet petit a or if it's body without organs, but neither one of them, once you get what's going on, is as difficult to understand. It's just there's a lot of good, like I said, there's Todd McGowan out there, you know, and I guess me, because I'm you know, Todd's influenced me. You can figure out what the objet is at this point, but body without organs always remains so obfuscated. But you just have to think of it as this this reservoir of virtual potential within yourself. Now, a line of flight is going to be a specific strategy or a certain vector of escape, which is to say, there's, again, like, you could think like, okay, I'm stuck in a shitty situation. If I learned this new skill, I could get out of this shitty situation. And so this is why, I mean, it sounds funny, but that's why a lot of kids used to go to college. Like, I don't want to live with my parents forever. I want to escape this situation. And if I go get an education or develop a skill, this is a way for me to deterritorialize out of my parents' territory. And so that's, I mean, and that's part of it. So, I mean, something as simple as like Michael Jordan learning to play basketball was his line of flight out of his earlier circumstances, right? It's anything that's, and I know vector, or it's funny to talk like this, but it is in a lot of ways spatial. Like, my life changed simply because I went to a bookstore, which is a certain direction, and got philosophy books, right? And so on the one hand, it is like spatial, but in another sense, there are, I think we could extend it to like, if you get a new interest in something, I think even that, like at the mental level, the intellect, right? That can serve as a line of flight in a way too, right? I'm sorry, if somebody grew up in a secular house and they get exposed to Christianity and their interest latches on to Christian ideals or a Christian way of life, that interest is going to deterritorialize them in all kinds of ways. And so basically a line of flight is a vector of becoming. It's a vector of escape from your territory, right? Into something new, into something fresh. And that's what a line of flight is. So then, but here's the thing, they also use this term stratification. So with D&G, okay, I don't know if you guys have heard this, but Christian fundamentalists love to use this example when it comes to thinking about the Trinity. So they'll say, well, just like how H2O can be water, ice, and gas, right? So the Trinity is Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I say that though, because Deleuze and Guattari, their vision, their metaphysics kind of views reality in this same type of gaseous to liquid to solid, right? Like there's hardenings of connections, of becomings, and basically it's like the body without organs. They always talk about it as a smooth surface, right? It's almost like, and again, I don't know how much I like it being referred to as a surface. Okay, but I think it's helpful to view it as slippery, like, because if you tap into it, it's like being on ice, right? You can slide very easily into something new. Whereas if you're on a gravel road or there's strong friction, it keeps you in place. And so D&G, they understand that solidification, stratification, these are all parts of reality. They're not going anywhere, but they're trying to give us ideas of how to not let stratifications, solidifications, habits, patterns, identities lock us into place forever and stifle us. And there's this whole smooth liquid type of thing we can do to free ourselves from those, to become something new, and to exist in different strata, right? It's not that tapping into the pure body without organs for them would be death, right? It would be a pure, absolute liberation from actuality, which would be death, right? So they're not advising that. But the point for Land's going to connect capital, and this is the big connection for next week. He's going to connect capital to being that which facilitates and taps into the body without organs. It's what it has this direct connection to being able to pull out new things, new potentials. And I think, I mean, this is why he would say he has history on his side with how innovative technologically the capitalist mode of production has been, as opposed to tribal society, feudal society, ancient society, blah, blah, blah. So, but that's where that's going. And so look, a lot in Anti-Oedipus, they're also going to talk about the state apparatus, and they're going to talk about the nomadology and all this stuff. And these are just more ways of thinking about this kind of stuff, where the state, the apparatus of capture, it's the state, right? Basically, the state has all kinds of ways of imposing structures on you, limits on you, rules on you that want you to behave and forces you to behave in certain ways, act in certain ways, identify in certain ways, etc. And yet they think there's other ways to move in the world, so to speak. And like nomadology, nomads, in a sense, they don't belong anywhere. They're not captured by any overarching symbolic order. They're always on the move, which is to say they're always taking up temporary territorializations here or there. They move around, they become new. And so D&G like this image of the nomad because they think that it more primarily aligns to the schizo in their sense of that which wants, whose enjoyment and desire is in the breaking down of codes, breaking down of territories, and the exploration of the new, right? And so all these terms, and then, I mean, like abstract machine, right? So an abstract machine, they're not going to want to talk about structures so much, because you got to remember their whole historical position in relation to Levi-Strauss and structuralism. And so they have issues with structures because I think they're going to say they're thinking like Althusser. I think there's this negative connotation that comes along with structures, whereas they do understand there's virtual machines. And I mean, look, in language, there's syntactical rules, grammatical rules. There's all these invisible virtual rules that make new statements possible, that make communication possible, right? And so just like basketball, there you can do a great, incredible play in basketball, but only because there's these virtual rules that are determining what is possible or what's virtual within the game of basketball. So the cool creative things that Michael Jordan did or LeBron James did, right? It's within the structure of this abstract machine, the virtual, and I'm just going to call it the virtual structure of the game, the rules, etc., that these moments of creativity in basketball are possible, right? And so what you find is abstract machines enable certain concrete material things to happen. And it's only within the structures of these abstract machines that it can occur. Just like the amazing words that Shakespeare wrote, or William Blake wrote, or Edgar Allan Poe wrote, were possible within the abstract machine of the English language as a virtual system, right? So they're trying to view the abstract machine as, yes, it imposes limits, but in such a way as to make certain creative acts possible, right? Certain becomings possible. And in that sense, the abstract machine is the transcendental condition of the creativity of a given assemblage, right? Again, the rules of basketball are what enable a basketball team as an assemblage to pull off an amazing creative play. And so for them, desiring production is schizophrenic and revolutionary, whereas desire as lack, neurotic desire, is paranoid and fascist. And Mark Monta and John Protivi, in their book Deleuze and Geophilosophy, really sum this up. And this will, I'm basically done. This will pivot us into where we go next week with capitalism and everything. But this is a great quote. So, and first, when they say paranoid, there's a little bit of confusion. Like, are we talking about paranoid schizophrenics? No, they're talking about paranoid in the sense of, when you think about people who are paranoid, they're super paranoid about something bad going to happen to them. They're going to lose something, right? It's desire is lack that is like, I'm afraid of losing something, or I've lost something, and all of that. And they think fascism piggybacks on this kind of paranoid logic. And so Again, they write, again, Monta and ProTV. The paranoid fascist pull of desire forms whole subjects who cling to their identities in a social production network that must not change and that reinforces the rigid, tribal, or imperial coding and channeling of flows. Faced with the release of uncoded flows of capitalism, paranoid desire turns fascist. That is, desires a state overcoding of the flows and an escape from the world economy into an autonomous ersatz economy. Schizophrenic revolutionary desire, in contrast, rides the energies released by capitalism and takes them far beyond the pathetic reterritorializations on family and private property maintained by psychoanalysis and the capitalist state. And so that's the point for Land, is that capitalism, especially capital, facilitates desiring production, machinic desire, the energetic unconscious, all of that. Whereas he's anti-fascist because he thinks fascism's always based around paranoia or the fear of the new or the fear of loss or the preservation of identity. And he is totally against this. I want to cling to my identity. I want to cling to my roots. Fuck all that shit. Capital, go and destroy. Let's have as much machinic becoming and deterritorialization as possible. I'll end it there. Guys, this was so much to try to get through. I'm really going to try to keep the other lectures a little shorter. I don't want you guys to have to, I mean, it's here. And like I said at the beginning, so I know, Dave, I know what you'll say.
No, most people will wish that you'd gone on for 2 more hours, but yeah.
But no, so, okay, guys, that's the conceptual background. And I guess the last thing I'll just say is, you see how D&G fit this whole thing of libidinal materialism too. That ultimately they're on the side of these creative forces, that our egos and our sense of identities, we ride them like a surfer rides a wave, right? We're not in control. All we do a lot of times is try to fascistically hold them back and tame them. And this is where you can see why Land was perceived as like an ultra leftist, right? Because he's tapped into like, fuck the fascists, fuck their identities, fuck these little local codes and all this shit. Break all that bullshit apart. Let's let desiring machines do whatever they want. That is, you can read that. That's for, that supports trans, that supports gay. It's all kinds of liberations are in there where it's like, no, let people have their desiring machines, let them connect however they connect. And let's not, there's a relative place for identity. We're not, of course, but don't get so hung up on your identities and your particular territorialized desiring machines that you hinder becoming, that you hinder the free play of desire. And if you do want to stop that, you're a fucking fascist. Fuck you. So when people on, social media, Land's a fascist, this is why I sit there and go, you're going to have a lot of problems with Land. He's not a fucking fascist.
Racist probably, but not.
And that's the social Darwin, and we'll reckon with that in week 3 because you're right. But
right.
That's why he goes out of his way in that short piece that it's one of the supplemental readings for week 3. He says, is neo-reactionary fascist? Absolutely fucking not. And here's fucking why. And then he says, is it racist? He goes, yeah, probably. And it's because he does accept social Darwinism. And so this is his great philosophical sin in most people's eyes. And I certainly don't support social Darwinism.
Social Darwinism, and he's like one of these IQ guys, like, racial IQ. That's real.
IQ somehow measures it. And I want to be like, dude, how can you, with all the D&G that actually, I think he goes against D&G here. This is maybe his philosophical inconsistency at its worst, but we'll have to explore it. But basically, look, I said I wanted to give you guys all as much of the background philosophical context as I could this week. This is his lineage. This is his tradition. He's going to stay in this metaphysic for the whole rest of his career. This isn't going to change. Like I said, next week we'll talk about how he goes from viewing capitalism as on the side of the apparatus of capture to being the very agent of the outside, right? That's the big change. But yeah, I mean, this is why it's so essential to get the concrete philosophical context and background and all of that stuff that a philosopher is operating in, because this is what theory Graham is not going to give you via memes. What's up, Sean? What's up?
Do we have a minute to ask questions, or?
Yeah, sure. I'm game for that.
Oh, I have a couple.
Okay.
What do you think Deleuze and Guattari would think of Nick Land?
Okay. Well,
Good to guess.
so no, I'm pretty sure I would know what they would say, and I think Mark Fisher. So next week I'll have the quotes and we'll look them over. But Fisher says, look, Land's mistake is that he wants to link schizophrenia, or the whole process of desiring production, to capital itself. And D and G are absolutely clear. This is not even up for interpretation. I mean, anybody who reads the book will get this. Capitalism, what it deterritorializes with one hand, it reterritorializes with another. So it deterritorializes us. It strips us out of our feudal networks of identities and that whole class arrangement of serfs and lords and all that. It rips that shit to shreds, right? But then it reterritorializes us as wage laborers and capitalists and consumers and all that. So it locks us back into identities. It's just these identities are far more flexible and amenable to the logic of capital accumulation than the old ones were. And so yeah, when we get in next week, I want to talk about chapter 3 of Anti-Oedipus. And I kind of love that chapter. And there's so much to say about it, but basically it's trying to think through these different social machines, what they call savage, but I'm just going to call it tribal. Tribal, and then there's the despotic or the imperialistic or the feudal, or it's basically the despot, right? Type of social order. Monarchy could be part of that. And then you have the capitalist order. And so that chapter 3 of Anti-Oedipus, if you guys want to read it, it'll be helpful. But it's hard going. But so basically, look, to answer the question, it's that Nick basically just fully identifies capital with deterritorialization, and D&G would go pump the brakes. Like, that's why we talk about the new earth. That's why we talk about this other social formation that's post-capitalist. Nick doesn't. There's no new earth. There's no post-capitalism for him. He doesn't think reterritorialization is as much of a factor. And that's the main thing that Mark Fisher critiqued him on, was ignoring how capital is based on reterritorialization. Okay.
Question? Unless someone else wants to go, that kind of maybe bleeds into another question. Anyone else want to go first though?
Go ahead.
So the other one was like, he's anti-humanist. Is there any sense at all of like ecology in Nick Land, or is he just like,
he doesn't care?
He would just watch the world burn and like it literally is just ashes.
Yeah, because for him it'll be fine. Like, he doesn't. We only like what we think of as the earth. Like, oh, we're going to destroy the environment with climate change. The earth will be just fine from this other perspective, right? Like George Carlin, there's a whole skit where he's like, it'll just shake us off like a fucking cold. Like, we're nothing to this planet, and it'll be just fine. And so, again, because we can't think of, I mean, try to think how long the earth has been here. Like, we're a blip. We're nothing in the big scheme of things to the history of the earth. Land wouldn't, he has no concern for the earth, because he knows the earth is basically a thing noumena. It's durability, the geotraumatics. You should, if you get a chance, look at that. The Barker Speaks part of the CCRU writings, where he lays out geotraumatics, because he's talking about the history of the earth through there as a whole series of traumas, and he views the production of the earth like how psychoanalysis views the production of a psyche, but he views it at this cosmic level almost of there's all of these traumatic events that have destabilized the earth throughout its long production, right? And like the strata of the earth, the layers of the earth can be read as layers of trauma because they're the residue of traumatic planetary events, and yet it's still here. So us raising the climate, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 degrees for the earth, that's nothing. For us, on the other hand,
For us and all the other creatures, yeah.
yeah, and I guess that's the other. But he would just view them like, well, yeah, but think about all the dinosaurs. Think of how many creatures this earth has produced that aren't here anymore. Like this is like his social Darwinist thing almost. Even back here, this is just reality, pal. Like, and I'm talking like you, I think. Just like suck it up, bud. Like things die. The creation is creative destruction. Like he's going to take this idea from Marx and Joseph Schumpeter of creative destruction, and it's basically a metaphysics where, yeah, it's awesome. Things are created, and they're created because other things are destroyed. I'm sorry you don't like that. Too fucking bad. Now, again, I don't like it. I think it fucking sucks. Me, Mikey, I have an issue with it. Nick doesn't. He's going to affirm it with Nietzschean joy. Which I just want to say, this is me, because I think you guys will say, I've steel-manned him. My whole thing is, I think that Nietzschean joy shit can be used to just not care about people. I don't give a fuck about what situation you're in, doggy. I affirm everything. You're the pussy who's complaining about you're oppressed. Who gives a fuck? Oh, your parents were killed in the Holocaust. Who gives a fuck? Affirm. I personally, and I haven't told you this, Dave, in the big mega post that will come out whenever it comes out, this is one of my issues with Nietzsche. I think amor fati is super egoic. Fucking enjoy. Enjoy, doggy. Don't fucking complain. Don't fucking complain. Don't fucking have a problem. Enjoy, motherfucker. That's, to me, the real underlying message of amor fati. It doesn't give you a space to truly wallow in the pains that are your fucking life. It doesn't even want you to get to fucking complain. It's like a no complain ethics. And that's a burden to fucking carry around. So not only does my life suck, I have to pretend to be happy and affirm it the whole fucking fuck you. Now my life is twice as bad because now I can't even bitch about it.
Doesn't deterritorialization, like taken to an extreme, just end up being like the ultimate territorialization, where like you must not have boundaries, like you must enjoy, you must liberate all your potentials, Yeah,
but for D&G, like ultimate absolute deterritorialization is death.
Yeah.
Because you're basically to deterritorialize which is to say, let's take the jargon out of it, to be freed up for absolute potential. It sounds funny, but the only like that actually leads to death because you're abandoning all actuality. Like deterritorialization is like you're abandoning certain actualities in the pursuit of something else. But if you take that trajectory and say, no, fuck territorialization, period, your line of flight is death itself.
And so that's not Deleuze and Guattari's position. They don't want.
No, I think that's D&G themselves.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, like they're not advocating.
No, so in 1,000 Plateaus, they're going to go, you got to be very fucking careful with deterritorialization. It can get out of control. You got people who think because they're drug addicts, they're like the embodiment of deterritorialization. That is not what they want you to have a better life. They want you to not have to be stifled in your shitty situation. And they're coming from a more, we want humans to be emancipated type dynamic opposed to land. Like next week, I'll read the quote. He says it very clearly. He does not care about human emancipation. He never has, and he's never going to. He doesn't give a fuck about our emancipation. He cares about the emancipation of capital. That's all he cares about is capital itself. And this is where you go, okay, yeah, there's a parting of the ways, Nick. Like I'm not going to affirm the autonomization and liberation of capital in the face of how my friends and I and everybody I know are suffering because of capital. No, I choose humans here and now over this virtual mechanism that taps into the body without organs. Like, yeah. I don't, it's not even a question for me. I know whose side I'm on. And yes, it's a very parochial perspective. Oh, me and my stupid human, I care about my mom and I care about my best friends. I'm such a fucking pea brain. I'm a fucking dipshit. I care
That's
about
gay, Mikey.
So gay.
That's gay, Mikey. You can't do that. Come on.
Want to have everyone killed at the hands of the techno capital singularity. But look, I can joke about it. I've done my philosophical duty, which is to be impartial, steel man, blah, blah, blah. Now I can fucking joke. No, I don't want everybody. Look, again, I think some of you know, I'm a pessimist. So there's weird ways where when I hear them talk about human extinction, I'm like, okay, but like, here's the thing. I think being a human comes with all kinds of fucking problems. I think existence sucks. I think it's existence. I'm with Schopenhauer. You're never going to be happy. Like I do that whole thing. I don't want us ripped apart by nanobots that swarm us on because of what the techno-capital singularity wills, right? Like there's other ways to go extinct. And so that's the whole thing. Like I think this whole thing of technologically modifying ourselves into something else. Okay, there's a human extinction that I actually would be okay with, because no, I'm not against us. Look, we didn't exist for millions of fucking years. At some point, we're not going to exist again. My thing is, what I'm against is human suffering. Like, that's my issue. I don't want humans to needlessly fucking suffer, and there's a lot of that goes on. So if I think like, oh, we use technology, we modify ourselves, and 500 years from now, nothing remotely like us remain, I don't care. That's whatever, because there would be no suffering involved. That would just be, I know this doesn't count in the Darwin, but it's evolution, right? Okay, things change and things go away. I guess I can deal with that. Like, okay, but these images of this, like the Lovecraftian deity, and it's, when we get to the fucking Black Lake syndrome next week, where the nanobots break out and all these horrific depictions of what's going to happen, I'm sitting there going, okay, if you're going to affirm that, like, I got an issue with you. And then I'm back to Dave going, don't give me this like Nietzschean shit. You have a sadistic dimension to you that, if you're.
But hey, here's the thing. And Daniel Tut's right about this. This is why the Nietzschean thing actually is reactionary. Like, it actually is. Like, this is not a deviation from Nietzsche. That's the point. This is just good Nietzscheanism. D&G are also good Nietzscheans. You know what I mean? Like, Bataille is a good Nietzschean. Like, these are all people that Daniel Tut has a fundamental beef with. I think it's, I think there's something to both sides, right? To my simplistic cop out is there's something to both sides. Yeah. I just come down more heavily outside of the D&G camp. I love their concepts. Hey, hold on. Are you talking there, Mikey?
No, it's going to be the feedback here.
Oh, was it? Oh, I was hearing feedback. Okay. Well, what was I even saying? First of all, I just want to say that there are other ways of going extinct is like my favorite thing I've ever heard you say. Probably. I love that. Now I've got to close out in a second. And I guess I want to give everyone like a chance to say their final things. You know what I mean? And so what I want to say is I'm looking forward to reading chapter 3 of Anti-Oedipus. I encourage everybody else to do so. Also, there are other readings. I want to give Mikey in your closing, thing here. Do touch on the hey, if you are doing the readings, these are the ones to do. They're optional, but these are the ones to do. And then these are extra, right? And then people can productively procrastinate by doing the extra or whatever. Some people won't do any of the readings. That's fine. But a lot of people will be doing the readings. Like Brian and Elton are doing the readings. I'm pretty sure Mandy's doing the readings. if Nance and I do an exegetical of something, Anne is likely to listen to it while working. So that's awesome. But I want to encourage everybody else to do their own exegeticals and or read throughs. Okay. So you don't have to type in the forum. You can just make your own videos and then put those in the forum. And so, I mean, will anyone actually watch it? Will anyone actually engage with it? Hey, sometimes some people do. The potential recognition and the potential engagement is there. And it's then something that you can always reference later. It might be a year before someone genuinely engages with it, but the fact is like it's there. And so it's cool to drop those there. You could also just time lapse yourself doing the reading and then like potentially say something about it. Because especially with the exegetical readings, we try to keep those to the rule we try to keep with is that we listen to it or read it ahead of time and then do the exegetical reading. So it's like really your second reading at minimum, it's your second reading. And then you're not really supposed to talk about it the whole time. You're supposed to mostly read it, but then like kind of unpack it here and there, right? Test your knowledge by unpacking it. And it's a fun challenge to do with another person. It's also a great way to hang out. It's like one of the best ways to hang out. Christopher's nodding his head. Nancy's nodding his head. Mikey, we've done a couple now. That was a lot of fun. And so everyone else is encouraged to pair up. If you can start a thread, like looking for someone to do an exegetical reading with, and then see if other people want to do it. And so this is not just the people who are currently here, but this is also the people who are listening to this in the near future. If that thread's not already there, then go ahead and get in there. All right. I just wanted to make sure to make the plug for doing exegetical readings. It's something we'll all be doing throughout these next 4 weeks. And it's one of my favorite things that we do at Theory Underground. It is by far like the bread and butter of like what keeps me happy, is being able to do those. And you can do them by yourself as well. You don't have to have someone else. You can just read and talk about it a little bit and then read and talk about it a little bit. It's just a good way of testing yourself and hystericizing yourself and being like, do I really? Because otherwise you read it, you're like, oh, I think I got that. I think I got that. Okay, this is a way to break out of that. Unless you're going through, you're reading it and you're saying, oh, this is just this, and this is just that, and this is just this, and this is just that. And you're simplifying it and comparing it to other things. You're just reducing it. That is something that we all can fuck up and do. It's just a bad habit because you're not really trying to take on the text on its own terms and see what's unique there, see how it contrasts with other things. It's a lot easier to say how things are similar than how they contrast, especially with thinkers. A lot of people are going to want to, this thinker is kind of like Deleuze. This thinker is kind of like this thinker is kind of like that. And it's like, okay, when we're dealing with a thinker, we want to know how they, obviously how we do with land here. What is their inheritance? What is their context? What are they working with? But we also want to like see what's original there. And so when we read these things out loud, just remember, like part of what you're holding yourself up to is like this ideal of like breaking that shit down. Oh, and by the way, Mandy's in here. So we're all doing our closing thoughts right now, Mandy. You'll get a chance to say something if you want to. But right now, like, let's everyone say a thing and we'll close it out. Mikey, you can share the recommended readings.
Mikey got eaten by a lemur. I think he's not making any noises.
I'm back.
You had to pull it up.
All right, so next week, primary readings are Meltdown, A Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism, and Communicate To. That's from the CCRU reader. The secondary readings are Machinic Desire, Meat, Lemurian Time War, Timplexity, Disordered Loops Through Shanghai Time. That's on my old list. I took it off because I don't know if you guys can get a PDF of it. It was an ebook. It's available for like $1 on Amazon, but I don't don't buy it if you don't want to. Or, you know, it is an important thing. That's where he talks about Looper, and that's where he's working out his theory of time explicitly. He always kind of presupposed it. It's a good piece. And then also, that would be enough. So, and maybe if you want to read Circuitries or Cyber Gothic, right? Those work too. But it's just those key essays primarily from the mature period. The Quick and Dirty Introduction to Accelerationism, which we did our stream on, that's an incredibly helpful one for big picture stuff. And so, yeah, those are the primary readings for next week. Yeah, if you can, go, like I say, go listen to those. Or go check out Orphan Drift, check out Code 9, check out Jake and Dinos Chapman. They'll help kind of contextualize this further. If you want, I mean, look, I'm going to touch on this a little bit next week, but you guys could go watch some basic introductory videos on cybernetics, positive feedback loops, negative feedback loops. I was going to talk about that tonight, but it just didn't fit the lecture. So if you guys actually could just go look at that yourselves. I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that next week, so I'm not going to go into detail, but it's easy stuff. And there's some good videos on YouTube on that. So I think that'll do it.
Share some of these things in the forum, or we should. Yeah, we should share some of these things in the forum.
Okay.
Should watch Alien Covenant for like a Landian or like Nietzschean technological overcoming of man.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. I should add that to the recommended movie list.
I think Dune is another good one. Dune, because it's like it's fatalistic. And I actually think Foundation is a great counterpoint to Dune.
Is that the Hugh Jackman movie?
Foundation?
What am I thinking about?
No, it's a great book series. It's also a TV show that's on Apple. It's fucking great, man. I think Olaf Stapledon, Last and First Men, is another like anti-Landian piece of fiction, but it's old as fuck. It's like turn of the century.
I should say, if you guys do want to read fiction, I mean, the big influence on Meltdown is Neuromancer. Like, I mean, he's literally using the terminology from that book. So that's another one too. All right. Well, there's no more questions. I'm going to go watch a horror movie.
Fucking badass. Mandy, we read your one of your messages from the message board. And so we read it, we engaged with it a bit. And so you'll get to see that. And I'm going to go post it right now. So it should be up within an hour. You'll all get an email once it's up. I just want to get it up in a timely manner because I know a lot of people want to get their hands on this or want to go back over stuff already. So everyone have a really good rest of your night. So excited.
Happy Halloween. Halloween. Try not to get eaten alive by the Fang Numina on Halloween.
So I hope you liked that as much as me. If you've watched it all the way through at this point, then you might be interested in taking more classes at Theory Underground. If not this one, right, which is ongoing, you can always take it. Even after the fact, you can always sign up for the Intro to Nick Land course, as well as any other course that's happened at Theory Underground. And so make sure to get on the website here. This is what it looks like. You can navigate to courses and you can sign up for the different courses, or you'll be able to go to the shop and purchase tiers, subscription tiers of involvement that access all past courses, ongoing courses, different levels to the different courses. There's all kinds of stuff that you can get into there. But if you're like, well, I'm totally broke, Dave, I cannot do that. Check it out right here. I got a scholarship. All right. So just click the scholarship button. You're not taking money from one other person. Some people are like, I don't want to do that. Like, it's a pride thing. This is just my way of saying if money's an obstacle, then there's a way around that. If you want to pay what I think the value of these courses, properly speaking, is, then you can do that. Or You can, if you're in a situation where you just can't afford that, because my numbers are based off of averages and you don't fit into the average, then just go ahead and fill out the little application. You don't even have to share very much information, but like, if you really want access to some stuff, let me know what you want access to. And like, I just don't want you to be blocked from that, because ultimately I want this to be for people like me, people who are working at Amazon or doing construction work, people who have like kind of like free time for their mind, as long as they can listen to audiobooks and sort of like intellectual materials. There's a sort of like, yeah, you're still doing labor, but you're freeing your mind, right? And like, I want to make that accessible. And so it's like, a lot of people who work jobs can still afford the things that they love. And that's why everything that everybody gives me is coming from like wage labor. Like, I don't have big investors or anything like that. I just have a small handful of people that are literally just like you. But yeah, no, if you're in a spot where you're like, no, it's too much because I live in a different country where the currency is like fucked, because of your goddamn American dollar, or if your situation is like, oh, I'm unemployed right now, or like hand to mouth, like whatever, paycheck to paycheck. Look, I just want you to have the access. So fill out the scholarship, make sure to do it. Do it. All right. And with that, I think that I'll just let you all go. So make sure to check out the scholarship if you need it. If you don't need a scholarship, if you actually just want to support, then there's also a way you can do that by going up to shop, support this effort. All right. And then there's different ways that you can do that there. So appreciate it. Everybody take care. Peace.